I don't think we're broadcasting yet, are we?
I just started. Okay, welcome everyone to come to our SaMMF workshop for job market candidates. Today we'll have 4 presentations. Each presentation followed this format. There will be a 30-minute presentation by the job candidate. And then there will be a 10-minute discussion. After that, there will be a 10-minute open discussion. And that's when we will answer questions from the Q&A window. And just a follow-up, an advertisement for upcoming event. Next week, we'll have Mazana Rostek presenting her work on innovation and decentralized market. Okay, so now I'll give the window to Lucy.
Thank you. So can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, so thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to the organizers for organizing this and inviting me to present my job market paper. I'm a job market candidate at UC Irvine. My job market paper is about social engagement and the spread of infectious diseases. Before I worked on this project, I was mostly working on models of decentralized asset markets and bargaining. But then, like many of us at the beginning of the year, with the COVID-19 outbreak, I realized that the search and matching tools would be appropriate to model the spread of a virus in a decentralized economy. So that's what I worked on for the past few months. Now, of course, there's already a discipline that's partially dedicated to modeling contagion dynamics, and that's epidemiology. And they do a pretty good job at it, of course. A typical epidemiological model of disease transmission is called compartmental model, because it's a model in which you split the population in different compartments or groups. Here, I give you an example with 3 groups that are typical: S for susceptible, I for infectious, and R for resistant. And you can have models that have fewer groups. You could take out the R if you think that people don't get immunity, or you could add more states if you want to have a more sophisticated model. This is just very typical here. Now, one of the limits of those models is that often they're going to model the transitions from one group to another exogenously. They're going to have some kind of reduced form or just time varying, but exogenous transition rates. For example, you go from S to I at rate lambda, and this doesn't really take into account human behaviors and how they could adapt. So of course, here you're exposing yourself to the Lucas critique, where if you think that behaviors evolve as the epidemic is going on and as policies are implemented, then you could potentially miss it. A second shortcoming of those models is that usually they're solved in isolation from any concept of economy. So we don't have the feedback between economic activity and epidemiological dynamics. And on top of it, then it's difficult to assess welfare costs. So what I'm going to do in this paper, what I do in this paper is that I first embed those typical epidemiological models into a decentralized economy. And I do it with 2 such models. There's the SIS model, where you assume there's no immunity, and SIR model, where you assume that you get immunity, because as of now, there's no consensus really about COVID-19. Once I have this, I can focus on endogenizing the infection rate. So if you look at this graph again, I'm going to focus on the first arrow from S to I. Okay, how do you go from being susceptible to being infected? And I'm going to do it by modeling really the trade-off that agents face between interaction with people, which generate gains from trade, and exposure to the virus. I won't say anything about the second transition here. Some papers look at this. For example, you could endogenize congestion in hospitals, but I won't do any of that. So more specifically, how do I do it? So I wanted to build a very simple model. So I built a random matching model where a key feature is that utility is going to directly come from person-to-person social contacts. And I'll say a little more about this assumption in a few slides, but that's going to be very important. And the way it works is that you'll get to match with other individuals bilaterally, in which case you can potentially get gains from trade. But if you are susceptible and the person is infected, you can also potentially get the virus. Now, once I have this, I can endogenize then the transmission rate by looking at two decision margins that agents can adapt along. And I do it in most of the paper separately, but at the end of the paper, I combine the two to do some experiments. So the first margin is the participation margin. Do you want to go and interact with other people, or do you want to stay home? In which case you don't get those gains from trade, but also you're perfectly safe. The second decision is a mask wearing decision, or you could think of a precaution decision, where you do go out and interact, but you can exert some effort to diminish the chance of receiving or giving the virus. So you can still benefit from trade, but you have to pay some cost. So now let me give some more information about why I focus on those two key features. So first, the two decisions, and then the fact that utility comes from interactions. So I think it's pretty straightforward why focus on those two decisions, mask wearing and participation or social distancing. It's just that those have been at the forefront of policy and recommendations since the beginning of the year, one. And two, there's a lot of data that shows that all across the world, people have reacted and adapted their behaviors along those two margins. So here I show you some data from YouGov. It's survey data. On the left panel, they ask people, have you been avoiding crowded public places? On the right panel, they ask, have you been wearing a mask in public? And you can see that there's a high share of respondents that say yes, all across the world. Now, I agree that you could say, well, of course, because there's been policies that asked people, that required people to do that. I want to say that we also have evidence that even without any policy, people reacted and changed their behaviors. And here, for example, you can see the case of Finland on the right panel. So in Finland, there never was a mandate until October 1st, actually, at least, to wear masks. But yet, by October 1st, more than 20% of Finns were wearing a mask in public. Okay, so it was rational for them to individually decide to do that. So we have to take those reactions into consideration. Now, the second important feature that's going to be really key for the results I get in the model is that utility comes from interacting with people. So I agree that in real life, if you think of interaction you have with other people, there's some that generate utility and some that don't. For example, what I mean by that, those that generate utility, if you are paying at the cash register, you're interacting with the cashier, exchanging goods against the payment, you need this interaction with the cashier to generate the gains from trade.
So why don't you model that explicitly? Because then you could use your framework to talk about transitions from paper currency to electronic payments and related big issues. That would be a great idea.
That's right. I won't have money in the paper in the future. That's something I could do. I agree, it's interesting. Here, yeah, it'll just be.
Seems like a pretty simple next step. Not simple, in some sense, elegant, but it's kind of, I haven't seen the rest of the model, but it looks like it's going to be set up to address that explicitly.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, you pursue it, at least as one application.
Yeah. Now, in my model, those contacts are super abstract, so they not just encompass those economic trade, but also any kind of trade, such as you're dancing around other people at a concert. This generates utility, and most likely you wouldn't want to go to the concert, or not as much, if you were the only person going. So you get utility from exchanging with other people and being around them. Another example is exchanging ideas.
Well, wait, let's pursue this a little bit more because I don't want to forget, and you may use this in the future. So there's two senses. You know, the basic model is you get the utility from the other agent. You could have some danger. So there's models like AIDS transmission, which are related, obviously, maybe not as nice, but the other issue is you get a disutility from the actual payment instrument, which is different from the person.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, noted. I'll keep that in mind for extensions. Now, there's also contacts that don't generate utility. For example, if you go to the grocery store and you intend to use a self-checkout register, so potentially you could meet no one and get utility from that transaction. But then somebody bumps into you in the aisle. Well, that was not something you wanted and doesn't generate any utility. In this paper, I'm going to focus on the first type. Sorry. On type A, those contacts that you're seeking exactly because you need the contact to benefit from gains from trade. Why do I do that? I think that those kind of contacts were really at the core of the COVID-19 outbreak. I'm looking for better evidence for future presentations, but I think we've all heard stories of parties, family gatherings, religious gatherings that then led to a lot of virus transmission. And those events, what's special about them is that you go there because you want to be around other people. Okay, if no one else was doing it, you don't want to do it either. I want to say something else really quickly. It's also there's utility you can get without meeting anyone. If you stay home and you order from online or you just walk in the street. So I won't have this in the model, but that kind of utility, it's really not a big deal. I could just add it. That would just shift everything. It's just like a constant. So this is not very important.
So Lucy, if I can ask a question, there's no concept of work over here because there are people who can work remotely and there are people who have to work by having contact with others. And that could be a big part of, so this is all about, it seems here the choice is either I match and I get some utility, or there are these other, so that's where the choice you're focusing on.
Yeah, so it's really this one action is going to encompass all sort of utility you could get, whether it's work utility or.
Well, Lucy, you can generalize this to you got a frictional goods market, which you're modeling, and a frictional labor market. They can be two separate markets. Some things like the comment that you can work from home is good. In the goods market, you could do some of the similar stuff by using Netflix instead of going to the movies or getting delivery instead of going to a restaurant. So it would not be a big extension, perhaps, to have a separate, work decision. So there's the labor market and there's the goods market.
Yeah, that's right. And even in general, there could be substitution between different activities where you could just prefer activities now that benefit you without needing to see anyone. So yeah, I won't have this in this. Again, I was trying to do the simplest model.
But can I say something, Randy? I agree. It might not be that hard, but it's an important question, right? Because other people have written down models with that feature. And so I interpret Vish's question as saying, what's first order here and understanding, what's the first order trade-off? Is it between getting people back to work and the virus spreading, or is it, should I have Thanksgiving with my family next week or whatever?
Yeah, I think it's both. There should be no presumption that the labor market.
No, but in the end, I guess it's going to be a little bit of a quantitative question, right?
Well, who knows? These models are pretty abstract, but look, the ultimate end of economic activity is consumption, not work. So modeling the goods market is at least as important as modeling the labor market, in my opinion. Okay.
I just think it's an important, Lucy, there's your job market paper. I think that question is going to come up a lot, I would imagine.
Right. So that's why I'm suggesting you have both, and you could shut down one or the other, as special cases.
Yeah, I see that. So I think it's what Ben said about like what's first order, though. For me, I think what I'm going to show in this model that's going to come from those the way I model those contacts would still exist if I add those extensions, I add all the markets, and etc. So it's true that where it would matter is when I calibrate the model. Right now, my calibration is a little extreme in that I fully go with this assumption that you get utility only from those person-to-person contacts, which of course is not true in real life. So I think it would be important when I calibrate the model in terms of this theory, what I'm going to show. Yeah, I'm focusing on those activities like Thanksgiving, where you want to go because you want to be around people. And what does it mean in terms of dynamics?
Lucy, I just want to point out that you also are halfway through your talk, so it'd be maybe good to see the model and then leave critique for the audience discussion later.
Sure, thank you. So with that in mind, here are my research questions. So when and to which extent do individuals modify their behaviors in response to the outbreak of a disease? How are epidemic dynamics and economic outcomes impacted by the changes? In particular, can we still predict precisely the equilibrium path when we take into account those behaviors? And third, how do all of this differ when you take into account the participation margin versus the precaution margin? So here are my main results. First, I show that even without any policy, people are going to react along both margins. It's going to flatten the curve, it's going to slow down the epidemic and lead to fewer people infected over the course of the disease. This by itself is not particularly novel. All other papers that have been written this year and even before show that, so it's just nice that it confirms that. What I think is interesting though is that you'll see this happens in a model where there's no hope for a vaccine, so the only way out really is herd immunity. And that's what makes people, this on top of the cost of getting sick, is what makes people prefer to stay home to some extent. What's more novel and interesting is that I show that when I take into account this participation margin, very naturally, there's going to be complementarities that arise in the decisions of agents who are susceptible to getting the virus. In particular, the more other susceptible agents participate, the more yourself, if you're susceptible, want to participate. So this is going to lead to a large multiplicity of equilibria, and therefore make predictions difficult across those equilibria, which this comes up when it's calibrated, so it's not just a theoretical possibility.
Well, this seems surprising to me because it looks like the more people who go out, the less I want to go out because I can get more likely get transmission or infection. So that looks like.
So you'll see how it works.
There is the complementarity that I have more fun going out if others go out, but then you got the other side of it. If that's strong, that's going to push you towards uniqueness, right?
Yeah, but I'll show you that. So that in my model, at least, the first side, the benefit side. So there's two benefits. There's, yeah, you have more fun when you go out with more people. Second, everything else equal, if more susceptible people participate, the composition of the pool is less risky. So when you do one random match, the person is less likely to be infected. So that's also positive. And I'll show you in a few slides that those two positive effects always overcome the higher risks from more matches. So across those equilibria, what differs is the duration, the height of the peak, the welfare cost, and it's pretty significant. So it means that even countries that have similar fundamentals, similar policies, they could go through very different paths. And it's really a matter of coordination and how people coordinate on their beliefs and what they think other people are going to be doing, how long the epidemic is going to last, etc. What's nice that it allows me to generate dynamics that look, I claim, closer to what we've seen in the data than what other models have done so far, because they can have multiple waves, they can have plateaus, again, that come from coordination and that happen without any kind of policy. Third point, when instead I look at the mass squaring margin, everything is simpler, equilibrium is unique. That looks more like what other papers have been doing. Now, what is interesting is that in terms of the calibrated model, this mass squaring margin is better than the participation margin in terms of number of infections. And it's also better in terms of the cost. So in terms of welfare, it's better on all fronts. So I'll go really quick about the literature, but there's been a whole group of papers that do something similar to me. And I would put those papers under the umbrella of we're endogenizing this feedback between economic activity and epidemic dynamics. We have forward-looking agents who are rational. That's something we could want to relax, but as a first step seems natural. They're modulating their participation, and it's a search and matching environment. Now, what's my particular contribution in this niche? As I said, I can account for a variety of dynamics, which highlights the role of beliefs, coordination. I also add a mass squaring margin. This is closer to papers like Kersioli and Smith, and then papers after, who have this vigilance decision where you can exert some effort to diminish the transmission. On the technical side, what's nice is that the model is simple enough that when I do the SIS model without immunity, I can actually show everything just graphically in phase diagrams, which makes everything pretty intuitive and I think appealing to work with. Let me go through the first decision. That's the only one I'll go through today. It's, do you want to participate or not? So here's the model. Time is continuous, goes on forever. You have a measure P of agents. It's a continuum, but here for the drawing, it's not. Now imagine you have something that is very abstract. You could create a market. You could think of it as a matching platform or anything that's in person. And here comes the one and only decision in the model. Do you want to go in that market or not? The measure of people who do it is denoted N. If you are in this market, you get to engage in bilateral trades that are, or matches that are random. The matching function is such that there's a Poisson arrival rate alpha of N. When you're in a match, you can get utility Y with probability P, meaning that sometimes you're just bumping into someone and it's not productive. So far so good, everything's nice. Now we're gonna add the bad thing. The virus comes up. And as I mentioned earlier, we can split the population into 3 groups: susceptible, who can get the virus; infectious, have the virus, can give it; and resistant, don't have the virus and cannot give it. So the population is split between those groups. Now, in a match where there's no susceptible agent, like this match here, nothing particular happens. In a match between an infectious agent and a susceptible agent, on top of earnings against from trade, potentially, the susceptible agent can contract the virus with probability tau. Now, why do you not want to be infected? Is because you're going to suffer a flow cost psi, which in the calibration really reflects the potential of dying. When you're infected, you recover at rate gamma. And then whether you become susceptible or resistant depends on the specification that I look at in the paper. So let's look at this one decision, participation decision. So first, it's straightforward to show in the model that infectious and resistant agents always participate. Why is that? Well, they know their own status, and there's no altruism. So I see how those two assumptions are a little maybe controversial. No altruism, it would be easy to relax. I could add some cost in the model to infecting others. The first assumption is harder to relax. It's something I'd like to do in the future, but for now, it was just too complicated. If my agents don't know their status, I would have to keep track of their beliefs regarding how many matches they've had in the past, and therefore, what is the chance of being infected now? So to avoid this complication, for now, I assume that they know their status. What's more interesting is the decision of S agents. So they're going to compare the benefit of going out on the left-hand side with the cost. So the benefit is, well, you're going to match at rate alpha of N. And then if you match, you can expect to get Y tilde, which Y tilde is P times Y. The cost is that, well, you're also going to, when you're going to match at this rate, the chance that the person you're matching with is infectious is I over N, because it's random matching. In that case, you can contract the virus with probability tau, in which case you switch from being susceptible to infected. How do we model this cost? Through this difference in the lifetime discontinued utility of being in state I and here in state S. So technically, how does it work in the model? I'm going to have Bellman equations for each of those lifetime discontinued utility. For example, when you're in state S, your flow value is the maximum of staying home, which is normalized to 0 here, or participating, and then the change over time. So what's important?
Just Lucy, just relative to the conversation we had before about how to interpret Y tilde, at this stage it's very broad. No, we could interpret that in many ways. No, so it could be social interaction, it could be the extra output I get by being able to work with others as opposed to alone in my garage.
Yeah, but it always stems from a match with someone, right?
Yes, exactly.
But it could be interpreted anyways. Yeah.
Could be on the labor. It could be the labor market also, or elsewhere. Yeah.
This is where Vish's comment was so relevant. You can do some of these things interactively, right? You could work from home if you're a, I don't know, a researcher. If you're a prostitute, you probably can't. At least it's not a perfect substitute, right? So it depends a lot in both the labor market and the goods market, what kind of goods there are and what kind of payment instruments are used.
Well, we're talking about it.
That's right. So
I mean, so it's the extra value you get by doing it socially as opposed to on your own. That's the question is to measure this extra value. It's not. Yeah.
Which then
matters. Be very small for some activities and larger for others. That's all fine, I guess. No.
So what I want to bring your attention to is that both on the benefit and on the cost side, the decision of a susceptible agent to participate depends on N, which depends on the participation of all other susceptible agents. So I have to solve a Nash equilibrium where it has to be a best response to everybody else's behavior. And so quickly, here's a solution. There's going to be 3 regions that depend on how large Y tilde is compared to the cost. If Y tilde is very large, there's a dominance region where what other people do doesn't matter. Everybody participates. If it's small enough, again, it doesn't matter what other people do. You don't want to participate anyways. In the middle, there's a multiplicity region where, as a susceptible agent, you want to participate if others do, and you don't want otherwise. And so here, there's 3 Nash equilibria. So let me give you some more intuition as to why we have this multiplicity, which is what I was trying to explain to Randy earlier. So why do we have this multiplicity? There's 2 sources of complementarities. First, there's through the benefits. As we mentioned earlier, if there's more people who participate, you're going to match more, you're going to have higher utility. This happens as long as your arrival rate increases in N. The other side of it is the cost side. Let's look first at this last term here, is the prevalence of infection in the pool of participants. If there's more people participating, then the prevalence of infection is lower. You're less likely to get infected in a given match. Now, as long as the impact through here is larger than the impact through the increase in matches, again, more participation from S encourages other susceptible to participate. So here's the condition that we need for this to happen. Because I'm talking to a search grad, I thought it was interesting to mention that, interestingly, the 2 most used matching functions, quadratic and linear, each shut off one of those channels and keep the other one. So if you use quadratic matching, where alpha of n is just alpha times n, you keep the benefit channel, but you shut down the other channel because the increase in matches exactly offsets the decrease in prevalence. So in that case, you do have complementarities through benefits. If you use linear matching, is the opposite. You keep the cost channel through the prevalence effect, but you don't have the benefit channel. In any case, with those 2 technologies, you have multiplicity that generates, you have complementarities that will generate multiplicity. In fact, it's easy to show that in my model, whichever matching function you use, you'll always get this complementarity and the multiplicity that comes out of it. So it doesn't depend on the matching. How much time do I have now?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, thank you. So now I want to show you what it looks like. How do we solve the model? We're going to have a differential equation for the number of infectious agents, or the change over time. You have the flow out of infections when you recover. You have the flow into infections. It's very similar to a standard model, except instead of just having S is here, we have SP. It depends on people who actually participate. You have a differential equation for R. It's different depending on whether you use SIR or SIS. There's a differential equation for the difference between the lifetime value of being susceptible or infected, and I call this omega. This is important because it drives the cost of getting infected. I have the equation that tells me the aggregate participation, and then I can always get back to S by using this identity. So in the SIS model, there's two ODEs. That's why I can use a phase diagram. In the SIR model, I have 3 ODEs, so I calibrate the model and I solve for it numerically. So what's interesting is that when I solve for the model, because I have this multiplicity, well, how do I pick which equilibrium to solve for and to study? I use a method that's such that, well, I solve the model forward, and anytime I'm in the system is such that there could be multiplicity, I follow a coordination rule. So I restrict somehow the beliefs of agents. And this allows me to solve for one equilibrium path out of the continuum of paths. The rules I look at in the paper, there's a few rules here. I can assume that people always coordinate on participating. I could assume the opposite, people always coordinate on staying home. I can assume that it's in the middle, it's random between the two. I also have 2 more, I think, interesting rules that are more behavioral. That's where I can add some kind of behavioral stuff to the paper. There's a rule where people coordinate on going out as long as the number of infections is not too high. If the infections are high, higher than a threshold, they coordinate on staying home. And then there's the last rule that I think is pretty consistent with what we've been experiencing. It's a fatigue rule where maybe at the beginning agents coordinate on staying home, but after a few months, they get tired of it. And so whenever there's multiplicity, possibly they coordinate on going out. They're tired of isolation. So this allows me to solve for a specific equilibrium path, but there's an infinite number of paths.
So I have another, I know I'm giving you a lot of comments, but some of them might be worth something.
Sorry, there's something I missed. Lucy, there's something I missed, which is you can solve for those, you can solve for those multiplicity regions before solving the dynamical system. You actually know them already. I missed that.
No, I don't know it. So there's multiplicity in a static way, right? If you give me omega and R. And there's also multiplicity in the dynamic way. So I start from a guess for omega, and I compute the participation role. And if I'm in a zone where there could be several static Nash equilibria, I pick one of them according to a rule, and then I move forward.
I understand. Okay. I thought okay. But what
You
do
know,
you do about
another
the
approach.
Could there be like dynamic? Could there be dynamic multiplicity?
So yes, there is.
Right. Can I add a quick comment here? The standard way to proceed in a model like this is to select an equilibrium and try to fit the data with parameters. The opposite approach is rarely used, but it's quite reasonable. If you somehow knew the parameters from other sources, you would find the equilibrium path that best matches the data, which is an equally valid exercise, maybe even more interesting.
Well, actually, I could do that because I calibrate the model using.
Lucy, could you continue discussion maybe after Espen's discussion? So could you maybe wrap up in 1 or 2 minutes?
Oh,
Okay.
you're really a good conversation.
Sorry.
I understand
So
time limits.
we have
Oh.
5-minute open discussion at the end as well.
So to wrap up, what I can then plot those equilibrium path. Here's in the phase diagram. So we have S on the x-axis, I on the y-axis. The dashed line is what happens when you don't take into account the behavioral reactions. The red one is what happens when people can adjust their participation. And I assume that whenever there's multiplicity, they participate. So it's a high participation equilibrium. The blue one is the opposite. Whenever there's multiplicity, they don't participate. And you can see that in either case, there's a very noticeable flattening of the curve. And what I can say that in typical models, infections only start to decrease here once herd immunity has been reached. So then there's a large what's called overshooting, where even though herd immunity has been reached, you still have a lot of infections on the path down to getting rid of the virus. Here, infections can start decreasing much earlier than the herd immunity threshold, which is still at the same spot, which means that in the end, we can have significantly less people who have been infected. And this is because the reproduction rate of the virus now doesn't depend just on S, but it depends on SP, which is a jump variable and can drop very early. Actually, in this blue path, from the very beginning, people react and coordinate on staying home. Okay, so that's why we have this flattening. So I can, of course, show plots over time, but here I don't have time. So I invite you to read the paper to see that. Here's more examples when I use the fatigue and active rules, and I'll finish on that. The orange one is with isolation fatigue. The dark blue is with the high participation. And the light blue is when you coordinate based on active cases. And this is a share of people that are infected. You can see that when you allow people to get fatigued from isolation, you can get multiple waves. So here you have a first big wave. People then kind of get the memo that they have to stay home, so they stay home. Of course, there's no policy in my model, but that's all coordination. Eventually they get fatigued, then you get a second wave because we haven't reached herd immunity yet. You can also have this plateau here if you use the other rule where people stay home if there's multiplicity when there's more than 2% of people who are infected. So I can build, like I can really, I mean, the number of equilibria is infinite, so I can build equilibria that could look very similar to what we see in the data. Now it's a little tricky because what we see in the data is impacted by policy, which I don't have here. So that's my conclusion. We have an endogenous flattening of the infection curve. It's due to this decoupling between the reproduction number of the virus and herd immunity. Can happen much earlier, can even happen from the very beginning. And now the real novelty that we have this multiplicity of dynamics that shows that coordination and beliefs are really important. And I think it makes sense when you think about it. There's some countries that seem like they were able to very quickly coordinate on good behaviors and other countries that didn't. Something I didn't talk about, but I mentioned, and it's something I need to think more about, is that despite the multiplicity, throughout all of my equilibria, across my equilibria, in the long run, the outcomes are pretty similar. I'm not sure why this is the case. But so even though some equilibrium paths have 5 waves and some other have only 1 wave, in the end, the same number of people end up being infected. So it's only welfare that changes really. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our discussant is Espen Moen. We cannot hear you yet, Espen. You still need to unmute. Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this paper. Let me first just say that I think this is a very interesting paper, and it's very well written and executed. So So the main idea here is that individuals make a discrete choice between socializing and staying at home. And if socializing, the risk of being infected, and that's crucial, depends on the fraction of infected people among those who socialize. And this leads to a strong complementarity among the susceptible individuals. And the reason is that those who are infected, they will always socialize. So more people who are susceptible, who gets in here, who kind of will make the probability that the one you socialize with is infected smaller. And therefore, the risk of attracting the virus and socializing becomes smaller, and therefore it's more tempting to socialize. So basically, the more susceptible people reduces the risk of getting the illness, because you may run into them instead of running into one that is already infected. So here, at any given point in time, you get multiple equilibria, and then this model here is built into standard economic epidemiologic models, SES and SER, where SES, that is susceptible, infected, susceptible, where you don't get immunity, and you have the more standard SIR, where you are getting immune after being infected. And then towards the end also is included a choice of wearing masks. And then the result in SES is that for a wide range of parameter values, there exist two types of steady states. One virus-free steady state, where no one participates. So this is a horrible equilibrium where everyone stays home forever. There will always be some infected people around. So if you go out, then you will meet one infected person and you will, with very high probability, be infected. So therefore you stay home, and everyone does that for infinity. So that's a horrible equilibrium. And then you have an endemic steady state with full or partial participation, where you can have then also here you will have multiple endemic steady states and with more or less activity. And then this is put into the sphere model, and then the model is not, so there's not so many, it's not derived analytically in the same way, it's more calibrated and simulated. And equilibrium converges to, here always the equilibrium converges to a steady state equilibrium with herd immunity. It has to, you cannot have this no virus equilibrium. And then here also, but also here you will have multiple equilibria, depending on to what extent people go out or stay home. And I think it's very interesting from a welfare perspective. The equilibrium with the highest participation gives the highest welfare. That is in contrast with what you often would think, that it would be sort of that people will have a tendency to be too socially active, not taking into account externalities that they may infect others. And then you find that masks reduce the number of casualties, and the use of masks is not very sensitive to the cost of wearing them. So let me first have some comments here regarding the mechanism. So the driving mechanism is that if more susceptible people participate, the probability of being infected is lower. And that again hinges on some strong assumptions. The first one, as you said, an individual knows if she is infected or not, no one else knows. And also infected individuals have pleasure of participating, so they get utility, so they're not that bad that they have to stay at home, they have pleasure from participating, they always participate, and they don't care if they infect others. So they are always out there, those infected people. And that's what creates the problem. They will always be out there, and therefore if you get more susceptible people that participate, automatically the probability of running into a susceptible will be lower. So the first question, which I think we should discuss a bit more, how reasonable are these assumptions, and sort of what happens if they are not fully satisfied. Also, given the situation here, you would think that it could be easier to stop the pandemic by punishing those who infect others. It should be then, particularly because you have the meetings are one-to-one, so then it should be possible to find out who is infecting whom, and then punishing them through a sort of fee by the government or social stigma. And also your results hinge, at least to some extent, on meeting technology that is person to person. So the gatherings that you talked about in the beginning here, when you motivated your paper, is not fully consistent with that. Because then you would think that if you are in a party, if it's 10 people there, or if there is 1 infected, and if it's 10 susceptible or 20 susceptible, it's not obvious that the probability that you will be infected is that much smaller when it is 20 than when it is 10. So then that will also weaken your results here, and that would be interesting. Interesting to have some more discussion about that. So one thing I think is very interesting about this paper is efficiency. To what extent is the equilibrium efficient? And it would be interesting to see if you could discuss this in more detail by identifying the externalities in the model, sort of like Chris and Peter and I do in our paper. So I think you will have several types of externalities here. First, you have one that is positive, and that is the contact externality. And that, as you said, you have that of 2 types. That's a static positive externality. Then you have a negative externality that you always have, the contagion externality. If some people are more infected, if you get infected, then you will infect someone else later on, and that's a negative externality. And then you have positive immunity externality, at least in the SEER model. It's also dynamic. So you have in your examples, the contact externalities always dominate. But that's just your examples. Is it possible to solve something more general here? Some general result, will it always be so that the contact externality will dominate, or is it dependent on does it depend on the assumptions on parameters? And it will also then make it easier to come with policy recommendations. And some comments on the SEER part of the model. So this part of the model is explained in great detail. The SEER model much less so. And I must say, it was not easy to understand the concept of randomized coordination rule. You didn't go very deeply into that. So my impression here is that when you say that you have a participation rate between 0 and 1 on an interval, when you have this x equal to 0 or x equal to 1, so that means that my understanding is that it must mean that it will always be so that participation is either 0 or 1. But then you are jumping between those every split second. So every moment in time is always 0 or always 1, and having then, and it will then jump around. If you have on an interval, you have to be on an interior, that it must jump around in such a way that omega, sort of the cost of getting the disease, is constant. So that means that when you say the probability is say 0.5, that's what the participation rate is 0.5, what you really say is that every 50% of the point in time, then it's full participation, and 50% is no participation. And that was not easy to understand from the presentation. So I think it would be, you should dig some deeper into that. And there may also be some technical problems there. And the rules when x was between 0 and, or sorry, in this interval 0, 1, it was not properly spelled out, so it was not so easy to understand. And also this omega dot variable is a jump variable, so, and that makes sure that can give you some technical, it creates some technical difficulties. Also, when it comes to the mask part, which you didn't discuss so much, just one more thing here as well. You say, why is it so that you almost always end up with the same number of people infected in the end, aggregate number of people infected? I think that is probably because you are ending up quite close to the lowest possible aggregate number of people being infected in most cases. And that you don't have so much room to maneuver. Therefore, you cannot have so much variance. Other comments, when in the mask part, is it reasonable to assume, as you do, that you cannot observe the person, whether or not the person you team up with wears a mask? I would guess that should be possible to observe. And if it's so that the infected people never wear a mask, then immediately you will know that that person is infected. So therefore, that cannot be an equilibrium. So I think it would be interesting to look into that. And when you find that the cost of wearing a mask doesn't matter that much, I would guess that that is because the maximum cost that you are looking at, 12.33% of the value of a transaction, is too small. Because having a mask reduces the probability of being infected with 50%, which is a high number. So I think that's probably why you should experience with bigger numbers of the cost of wearing the mask. So just to end there, the presentation is well written. It's easy to get the main message. It's less easy to get all the technical details. And again, as I said, this omega derivative of this omega, that is a jump that can jump. When SP jump, it will jump. So it's not so easy to understand how much that matters. I would like to have some more proofs in the appendix. Maybe an SAIS case, take one case at a time. Would it be possible to state some theorems here? I would like to see that would be interesting, I think. And it would also be interesting to have some robustness. For instance, in the SIS model, if you allow that, if you think that people are immune for at least some time, for instance, longer than you are ill, I would think that this no virus equilibrium will break down. So I think it's really important for that equilibrium that you are not immune at all. So looking a bit more into that and looking a bit into more discussing different matching functions could be very interesting. But overall, I think this is a very interesting paper. So yeah, thank you for letting me discuss it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Oh, just those are great comments. I don't know if I have time to reply or.
We'll have like a coffee break or just open discussion now.
Okay.
And the next talk will start in 8 minutes.
Hey, Lucy, just one thing. I think one like common trick, like more theoretical trick about like when you have those strategic complementarity and multiple equilibria will be you use some like global game trick, like on the belief of the fundamental to nail down a unique equilibrium. I'm not sure if that trick works here, but maybe you can take a look and see if that will just reduce the number of possible equilibria.
Okay, I can do that.
My 2 cents.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's just another on your list of, we'll call them refinements that you could employ. You have these other refinements, some of which you call behavioral, etc. This is just another thing to put on your list.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not clear. It's not clear what the goal. The goal in some papers is to get uniqueness, and in other papers it's to get multiplicity.
Yeah, I guess the multiplicity is nice, but maybe having this finite set also could be interesting.
No, I mean when things depend on beliefs, it's not so obvious how to refine away beliefs. But I mean, maybe you could do other things, some evolutionarily stable selection criteria, which maybe is similar to what you do actually. These they take relatively arbitrary, not arbitrary, but say rule of thumb decision rules, and they look for Darwinian evolution. That's kind of close to what you're doing.
Yeah, I'd have to think more about it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lucy, Espen touched on this, but I still don't know if I fully understand. It's probably my fault. So I want to understand a little bit like the micro foundations of the matching function and the properties that you need. So suppose I'm going to a restaurant later today, and there are definitely going to be 3 infected people there. I know that for sure. And I'm meeting a friend for lunch. With the properties you need, does my probability of getting infected by one of those 3 go up or go down if there are a lot of uninfected people there? It goes down, right?
So it depends on the matching function I use, and in the paper, okay. I'm not wedded to a particular matching function. When I calibrate, I use a quadratic matching function, so it's increasing in the number of people that you meet. In your example, if I use this quadratic function, which is alpha of n is equal to alpha times n,
mm-hmm.
Actually, whether there's more susceptible or not around is not changing at all.
It's not changing, but I guess where I was going is I would actually rather know other susceptible people there, right? I could sit as far away from the infected people as possible. So that actually flips the sign a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's right. But it's true that in my model, as Espen said, I don't model those group meetings. You're doing only bilateral meetings.
But Lucy, per meeting, which gives you this utility. So that per meeting, it is so that the more susceptible people are there, the lower is the probability of being infected. So that is per meeting, and that is the relevant comparison. So when you are comparing whether you should go out or not, then you compare per meeting. Is it better? Is the values greater than 0? Is the value from y, which is constant, higher or lower than the cost of being infected? And in that equation, which is what matters, it is so that you have the number of susceptible in the denominator. So if you double the number of susceptibles, then you halve the cost of going out. So that is like saying that if you go to a restaurant, and if there are twice as many susceptible that are not infected in that restaurant, the probability of being infected is 1/2. And that is sort of the driving assumption per meeting.
Yeah, that's right. And it depends, how many meetings are you gonna have?
Yeah.
Which
So if you go to a gathering, if there are twice as many susceptible there, the probability that you will be infected is 1/2. That makes very much sense if you are talking to very intensely to one person and you choose that person at random. But if you have one super spreader that is sort of just infecting everyone, then it will not be like that. So that is the crucial thing about the matching technology.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at.
But though in this example, though, if you go to a meeting where there's more people, it's true in one or more susceptible people in one meeting, you're less likely to get infected, but you can still have more matches and
yes, but the comparison, you get the utility per meeting, per match. So the relevant comparison is, when you do the comparison, you have S in the denominator.
Mm-hmm. But I think that this mechanism, which is key, will still exist, but be mitigated, certainly, if people didn't know their status and if there was altruism. So that's something you mentioned in your...
If people didn't know their status, then you're back to the paper I have with Christus Arides and Peter. It's much closer to that paper. And then it will be so that if you double the people who go out, you will double both the number of susceptibles and the number of infected. So the probability for one given meeting, the probability that you will be infected will stay constant, will be independent of the number of people who participate. So you may still have dynamic effects, but that direct effect that you are having here, that gives you this multiplicity in the static game, that will be gone.
I don't agree with that, but we can talk more about that later. I think I'm not saying that if they never know their status, but if you can sometimes get to know your status.
Yes, okay, then if you sometimes know it, if there is a probability that you know it, you will have some of it left. That I agree. Yes.
Okay.
Inan, if you want, you can share your slides.
Okay, share my screen. So everyone can see my screen and hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, just tell me when to start.
Yeah, in 1 minute. Okay, yeah, you can start.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Yinan Wang, and I'm a PhD candidate from Fuqua School of Business, Duke University. Today, I want to talk about my job market paper, high frequency trading, endogenous capital commitment, and market quality. So high frequency traders are a bunch of traders who rely on computer algorithm and fast data processing process to gain advantage over other market participants. Why we want to care about them? Well, an easy answer is that those guys are large market participants nowadays. They make up more than 60% of the trading volume at their peaks. And now they still make up about like 35 to 50% in various financial markets. So it's really important to understand their market quality implications, namely whether their presence is good or bad for other market participants. There is a popular view that is supported by a lot of empirical research, that is, high frequency trader will lead to a lower bid-ask spread. And this is better for market quality because other market participants save a lot of transaction cost. However, I want to argue that this view is only an incomplete description of what's going on. Actually, we also saw that the average order size are getting smaller. And a lot of large traders are complaining that they have a hard time to execute large trades. Like this is identified in O'Hara et al. 2014 and Korajek and Murphy 2019 and etc. So what's missing there? Well, an implicit rationale behind this lower spread means higher market quality is that you're implicitly inverting price for trading volume. So basically you're imagining a supply curve for liquidity and a demand curve for liquidity. If the demanders for liquidity is a buyer and you saw a lower price, that means there will be larger trading volume and everyone's better off. This argument is reasonable in the long run because the price and demand will constantly adjust. However, when we think within a short time frame and need to think about very high trading speed, we really need a closer look to consider the incentive of liquidity suppliers to supply liquidity. So in this model, I directly model the competition between the HFT and the existing market maker supplying liquidity with limit orders. And I focus on the capital commitment channel, that is, how much money those market makers are willing to put there to absorb the market imbalance. And my paper reveals why lower spread does not necessarily imply better market quality. In short, it is because when you have competition with those high frequency traders, market making is not very profitable and market is actually getting shallower because the market makers are exiting the market. And I further use this to characterize high frequency trading's market implications, which means I'm analyzing what is the region that high frequency traders are beneficial and what are the regions where high frequency traders are harmful. And I further use this model to provide theoretical guidance for HFT regulation. Like what can we do in this era with high trading speed to make market better for all the participants? Well, before I delve into the model, I want to first fix term and let you know who am I intending to talk about when I talk about traditional market making and high frequency trading. When I talk about traditional market making, I'm thinking of those agents who are, for example, NYSE's designated market maker or specialists from NASDAQ, etc. So those agents actually contract with the exchange to supply liquidity, and they have an affirmative obligation to provide liquidity. Because they are constantly facing order imbalance, those agents will commit capital to take inventory. And in return, they enjoy a lot of market advantages like lower trading fee, like rebate from each unit of liquidity provided, and some time ago, even better information access. This is essentially provide the market power. When I talk about high frequency trading, I'm thinking about those agents who do not have obligation to present at the market, and because their business model, they generally do not take inventory. They engage in some behavior called electronic front running. Suppose you're a buyer and want to submit a large buy order. If they detect that, they'll run around other trading venues and try to get some cheaper shares and turn around to sell it to you and make some profit in this process. Because of their business model, their entry and how much liquidity they can supply highly depend on market condition. For example, if you're in the European Union and they are imposing, for example, data UH fee and the fee on canceling orders, you are not, like, if you're a high frequency trader, you won't be very likely to enter the market and detect those orders. On the other hand, if you're in Japan or Singapore, who actually provide support to those guys by allowing co-location, by like giving them better access to the data, there will be more high frequency traders, and they have better ability to provide liquidity. So let me first give an overview of my model. In my model, two channels together determine high frequency traders' effects on market quality. The previously ignored channel is that facing this competition, the existing market maker actually will commit less capital in market making because it's not as profitable. This is actually identified by Binder et al. 2018 in bond market. And this will make market shallower and hurt market liquidity. On the other hand, the high frequency traders brought in price competition, and they also supply additional liquidity to the market. High frequency traders will improve the market quality through this channel. I want to argue that we really need to look at both channels to determine the high frequency traders' aggregate effect in liquidity. And my model provides the following key insights. First of all, as I have already mentioned before, a low observed spread does not necessarily lead to a high market quality. This is because the market can be getting shallower. So on the other hand, since we need to also consider trading volume, it is very important that we have accurate data in trading volume in evaluating market quality and market participants' welfare. And furthermore, I identified that the relative trading speed between liquidity suppliers, namely in my model, high frequency traders and market maker actually matter. This is actually supported by another empirical research, WHO 2019. And finally, if the high frequency trader is hyper fast and have very good technology, which enables her to flip shares, basically means he can buy some shares from the market maker to eliminate competition and then resupply them before the market maker can, just change his inventory. Then if we are using the overall trading data to estimate high frequency traders' effect on market quality, will result in a overestimation. So in this sense, I'm actually supporting NASDAQ.
So can I make some comments on these?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
I was going to make some comments on these key insights because this is something you're pushing. So the first one seems sort of trivial. It could be a feature of bargaining power as opposed to market quality.
Yes.
The second one, welfare. That's kind of good you're talking about that because most people in finance don't. But it's going to depend a lot on the market. If this is like, I don't know, if this is people just trading stocks, it could be a bunch of old white guys playing poker and it doesn't affect people on Main Street at all.
Sure.
The third comment is, I think you used the term liquidity a little bit loosely without defining it. All of these things can be addressed, but those are just my comments.
Thank you. I'll define liquidity shortly.
But anyway, the second one about welfare. I mean, what do you mean by welfare here? Profits of the middlemen, profits of the traders, or consumption of a representative household? What do you mean?
I'll also define it shortly related to liquidity. Thank you. So finally, like I said, if the HFT can flip shares, we should separate the trading data from HFT to have a better measurement of market quality. So because of the time limit, I'll skip the related literature part. There's a bulk of literature, and I'll talk about model setting, and then I'll talk about my definition of liquidity and why it is related to welfare. So this model is discrete time with infinite many periods. There are 3 players. The only long-run player is a market maker. He have a discount rate delta, and he started the game with a large initial net worth W0. The market maker is maximizing the discounted dividend payout. And in each period, there will be one HFT. This HFT is a short-run player, and she enters the market with probability pi and shareholding Q of H. In the baseline model, those two quantities are exogenous, and I can endogenize them in some extensions. This HFT will be maximizing the expected trading profit, which I'll also define later. And there also be one buyer in each period entering the market. This guy is also a short run player, and he will have a random demand Q of B and a random buying threshold V, which means he'll buy to the amount Q of B if the price are lower than V. The market maker and the HFT are competing to sell to this buyer. So essentially, I'm considering a one-sided market, but if I add another side, the qualitative implications are very similar. So now let's look at the timeline in each period. The market maker
the buying threshold is another name for reservation value or something like that?
Yes, you can interpret it as reservation value. Yes, exactly.
Right.
So, so the timeline will be the following. The market maker will move first, and he will pick a dividend level D. I pick this just for convenience. You may also think it as, making consumption or make investment in a risk-free asset. And after the market maker pick the dividend level, he can commit the rest of his net worth, W minus D, to buy shares from an interdealer market at a fair price. Because I do not consider information, I normalize the price to be 1, so that the market maker will buy W minus D shares. Then the market maker will determine an ask spread X of M to sell all his shares at the price 1 plus X of M. After the market maker make all those moves, the high frequency trader will enter the market. She enters the market with probability pi, holding QH shares. And the high frequency trader will observe the market maker's share holding Q of M. And the high frequency trader will observe the market maker's price only if she has a better technology than the market maker. So the thinking process is that when the high frequency trader has a better technology and undercut the market maker do not have enough time to adjust his order before the trade happens. If they have similar technology, the market maker can flip the quotes so fast that the high frequency trader will have a hard time to take advantage of him. So after observing those informations, the high frequency trader will set an ask spread X of H to sell everything at 1 plus X of H. Then a buyer will arrive at the market with a random buying threshold V greater than 1 or reservation value and the random demand Q of V. So this buyer will purchase shares cheaper than his buying threshold up to his demand Q of B. I make the further technical assumptions that V minus 1 have a CDF F, Q of B have a CDF G, F and G are independent, and small f is log concave. Like small f is a PDF, of course. And after the buyer finish purchasing and exit the market maker and the HFT can sell their remaining shares back to the interdealer market at P equals to 1. So with this assumption, I'm shutting down the inventory trade-off of the market maker because the market maker can flexibly adjust his inventory each period. Now, I want to define liquidity. And in this presentation, it will be the proxy for market quality. Of course, I discuss other things in the paper. So I'll define liquidity to be the expected number of shares sold to the buyer in each period. Since I only consider steady state, I drop the time subscript. And liquidity L can be defined by the following equation. It equals to pi the probability of HFT entry times the expected trading volume when there is an HFT plus 1 minus pi the probability of no HFT times the expected trading volume when there is only a market maker. So one thing to note is that this measure incorporates both price and quantity information of the market. For example, if you fix everything else constant, but make the market maker use a higher spread, then the trading probability will go down and you will get a lower liquidity. On the other hand, if you hold everything equal, but make the market maker use a smaller supply, then although the trading probability are the same, a large trader will have hard time to execute all his orders, and this will result also in a lower liquidity. And this is closely related to welfare because the buyer is valuing the shares more than 1. So this will be the main proxy of market quality in the presentation. Now I'll talk about my roadmap. I'll first think about the baseline model where there is no HFT. Then I think about, then I twist the model a bit to think about the HFT with superior trading technology. So basically it's a sequential pricing game. And then I think about situation where the HFT and the market maker are head to head, which means the market maker can trade very fast and the HFT cannot undercut him easily. And if time permit, I'll discuss two extensions. The first extension is about what if we post a high frequency trading participation cost to restrict those high frequency traders enter the market. And the second extension is that what if the high frequency trader have very good technology and can flip shares by first buy shares from the market maker to eliminate competition and then resupply them to the market.
So just if I want to put this in a like broader theory context, this looks like it's a lot of Bertrand competition with capacity constraints.
Yeah,
a bit like Krebs-Shakeman, where one guy can set capacity and then there's details about whether or not this moves simultaneously setting price or sequentially, and that's going to matter for.
Yes, exactly. That's a great question.
Outcome.
It is related to that, of course. But in that paper, you have a fixed demand. Like here, you have a random demand, and there's some like extra insight by considering a random demand, and also you have a practical interest to think about it because in a stock market.
No, of course, yeah.
Yes.
No, I just want to know what's. I mean, the context leads you to different assumptions. That's great. I just it just helps understand, like, build intuition and understand what.
Yeah, exactly. That is
what you're
in
going
that
to.
aspect is similar to Krebs and Shakeman, 1983, I think. Yeah. So let's think about the no high frequency trader benchmark. In this case, I can write down the market maker's value function. So the market maker is picking a price, and the market maker is also picking a dividend amount. So this value function has 4 terms. The first term corresponds to the dividend payment. The second term corresponds to the situation where the buyer is not buying. The third term corresponds to the situation where the buyer is buying, but the buyer's demand is smaller than the market maker's supply. And the fourth term corresponds to the situation where the buyer is buying and the market maker's supply is smaller than the buyer's demand.
Also, continuing on my question, there is also dynamic aspects that are not obviously not in Krebs and Shakeman here, no? So the sense that the random the demand that's realized ends up impacting your capacity next period via the a capital constraint, I'm guessing. Yeah.
But to be fair, another thing is that I only consider steady state equilibrium, so I'm not like thinking about transition paths. But yes, you are right. There's a like dynamic aspect over there. So just for the ease of statement, I'll first define something. I'll first define the monopolistic spread X star to be the monopolist, the spread you will charge if you're a monopolist. Like you're maximizing the probability of trading times the unit profit of selling each share. And then I define the monopolistic capital commitment Q upper bar to be the capital commitment level where at the monopolistic spread, the marginal value of 1 unit of extra capital commitment is equal to the marginal value of 1 unit of dividend payment, 1. Finally, I define the effective supply function K of S to be the expected trading volume when there are S shares available on the market and the buyer is actually buying. Then I can characterize the steady state equilibrium where the market maker spread and capital commitment is time invariant. If the market maker is a monopolist, he will just charge the monopolistic spread and use the monopolistic capital commitment. And the market quality in this case will have the market liquidity in this case will have the following expression. The first term is the probability of trading under the monopolistic spread, and the second term is the expected supply under the monopolistic capital commitment, Q upper bar. In this case, this market features with a high supply, Q upper bar, at a high price. As you will see, with the high frequency traders competition, both the market maker's capital commitment and the asset price will decrease. Now let's think about.
Sorry, can I ask you? I'm confused about one thing again. But probably I missed it earlier. So what's the assumption about the ability of the market maker to borrow over time?
So here it's like, I think about the steady state. So basically when the market maker have a large capital commitment, it will just like converge to the steady state, like in period one. Like,
but you have those random demand shock that doesn't create random income and might lead the guy to run into some borrowing constraint, or?
Yes, like normally you will run into some borrowing constraint, but since in this model, the market maker is always making money because he can just adjust his capital commitments through this inter-dealer market. So that's why in this model, I don't run into that problem. But yes, normally you run into that problem because when you don't make enough money, you cannot commit enough amount of capital because you cannot run your business again.
But the monopolistic rent prevents that.
But in this specific setting, the market maker do not run into that problem. Like, I like in the model, I suppose they don't need to borrow. Like, I assume they have no borrowing like capacity. Yeah, but I don't run into this model under this that problem under this specific setting.
That was just a clarification.
Now, let's think about the high frequency trader with superior trading technology. In this case, the high frequency trader will set the spread after observing the market maker's capital commitment and price. So in the steady state, one observation is that the market maker behaves as if playing a one-shot game because he will make the constant capital commitment and pay out profit from last period as dividend. So in this case, this motivates me to do the following things. I'll first determine the pricing behavior analyzing one-shot games with fixed capital commitments from the market maker, and then I'll determine the market maker's capital commitment level with an infinite period game. So let's now solve the game backward and think about the high-frequency trader's pricing problem. Consider a one-shot pricing game where the market maker's capital commitment is QM, the high-frequency trader has QH shares and enter with probability pi. So in this case, both players are maximizing their expected profits. And the high-frequency trader really have one choice. If the high-frequency trader is using a lower price than the market maker, then her expected profit is this term. The first part is a probability of trading. The second part is a unit profit from one share sold. And the third part is the expected supply when the high-frequency trader have QH shares. On the other hand, if the high-frequency trader chooses to use a higher price, then her expected profit is this term. The first two terms are the same, but the third part here corresponds to the situation where the buyer will first buy from the market maker, and only after the market maker exhausts all his inventory will the buyer turn to the high-frequency trader if the price is low enough. So one important observation is that this term over here, 1 minus of fx times x, is increasing before the monopolistic spread, and then is decreasing after the monopolistic spread. This leads to the following important proposition. The high-frequency trader will have two candidates for the optimal spread. Either the high-frequency trader will undercut market maker at exactly the same spread, or the high-frequency trader will use the monopolistic spread. On the other hand, if the market maker is expected to be undercut by the high-frequency trader, the market maker's optimal spread is actually the monopolistic spread. So let's solve it backwards and now look at the market maker's problem. So the market maker really also only have two candidates for the optimal spread. Either the market maker can use a strategy which I call wide spread, where the market maker will charge the monopolistic spread. And the good thing about this strategy is that you can enjoy the monopolistic payoff when the high frequency trader is not there, but you bear the risk of being undercut by the high frequency trader. On the other hand, you might also charge the tight spread, in which you charge a price low enough that high frequency trader do not bother to undercut you. So this is determined by the high frequency trader's indifference condition. In this case, you will receive a lower payoff when the high frequency trader is not there, but you never run the risk of being undercut. So by comparing the payoff from those two cases, you see that if the market maker's effective supply is greater than the high frequency trader's effective supply, the market maker will use the monopolistic spread. the widespread strategy. On the other hand, if the market maker's effective supply is smaller, he will use the tight spread strategy. And the high frequency trader will always use the monopolistic spread in the equilibrium. But in the first case, you should think about this is really the high frequency trader undercut the market maker by epsilon. So it's like undercut from the bottom. Now we can think about the steady state equilibrium in an infinite period game. Let M of Q be the market maker's expected profit in a one-shot game when he has capital commitment Q. Then in the steady state equilibrium, the market maker is actually maximizing this term to determine his steady state capital commitment. So the first term is a perpetuity of receiving the expected profit from playing this Q game. And the second term is a large dividend payout in the first period to reach this steady state. And after the first period, the market maker will always pay out the profit from trading, and the market maker and the high frequency traders trading strategy, pricing strategy, to be specific, will follow the equilibrium strategy in a corresponding one-shot game. A very important observation is that in this case, the market maker's capital commitment is lower than the monopolistic capital commitment. This is because competition make market making less profitable. And I can further do some comparative statics with responding to high frequency traders entry probability pi. So if you think about it, there will be two regimes of steady state equilibrium determined by the high frequency traders entry probability. If the high frequency traders
sorry to interrupt you, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be fast. Okay, so now if the high frequency trader is using a widespread strategy, if the high frequency trader enter with low probability, the equilibrium will be in the widespread region where the market maker will use the widespread strategy, and his capital commitment will be decreasing in pi, the probability of HFT entry. And if you think about the effective spread, which is the spread of all shares traded, it will be X star, the monopolistic spread, because everyone is selling at that price. On the other hand, if the high frequency trader's entry probability is high, the game is in a tight, the equilibrium is in a tight spread region where the market maker is using a tight spread. And in this case, the capital commitment is constant in pi because the market maker do not care about HFT's entry overall. And the effective spread is actually lower than X star because the market maker is using a lower price, but it's also increasing in pi because the high frequency trader is sell at a higher price. However, liquidity is also increasing in pi in this region because the high frequency trader is only supplying extra liquidity. So one important takeaway is that the effective spread you observe cannot fully characterize market quality in this model. So here is a numerical example of what's going on. This blue line corresponds to the sequential pricing case, and the x-axis is the high frequency trader's entry probability. The y-axis is liquidity. As you can see, when the high frequency trader keep entering, the liquidity will first drop and then jump upward and then increasing steadily. This increasing over here, the jump over here corresponds to the transition from the widespread region to the tight spread region. And you can see this better over here. As this high frequency trader's entry probability get larger, the market maker's capital commitment first decrease and then jump downward and then remain steady. This is because this is the transition from the widespread region to the tight spread region. Now I'll briefly go over the market maker and the high frequency trader trading head-to-head case, since I do not have enough time. So in this case, you can think it as people slowing everyone down like IEX, or you can think it as, for example, now like NYSE is introducing a lot of high frequency traders serving as market makers. In this case, the high frequency trader only observes the market maker's capital commitment like when she is setting her spread. And this captures the situation where the market maker become faster or the high frequency trader is slowed down by a policy. In this case, each player will use a mixed pricing strategy. And an important observation will be, in any one-shot game, the market maker's equilibrium payoff is the same in the sequential pricing game and the simultaneous pricing game. So this means in both settings, the market maker's capital commitment decision will be the same, while the liquidity supplier's pricing decision will be different. And in the infinite period game, the market maker will commit the same amount of capital. And I can also separate the equilibrium into two regions. In the widespread region, the market maker will use a monopolistic spread with positive probability, while in the tight spread region, the high frequency trader will use a monopolistic spread with positive probability. On the other hand, in the widespread region, the market is more liquid with a simultaneous pricing game because the high frequency trader cannot undercut the market maker easily, and this benefits other market participants. However, the expected profit is higher with sequential pricing. This is a numerical example, and the red line corresponds to what's going on when you have a simultaneous pricing game. The large jump down here is because although they are using a mixed strategy and the market maker is using lower price with a higher probability, but this significant decrease in capital commitment actually make the market worse. How much time do I get?
1 or 2 minutes.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
So how come the HFT guys don't want to commit capital endogenously?
So this assumption is driven by the observation that because their business model, they need to like come in and leave in a very in a short period of time, and they usually do not take inventory. So that's why, like in this model, the high frequency trader do not commit capital. Like their capital holding and entry probability are both exogenous. In some extension, I kind of endogenize that. But in the baseline model, I use that assumption to like map the reality. So I'll quickly talk about this flipping case. The flipping case over here is basically after observing the price and quantity, the HFT can purchase share from the market maker and resell them. So the benefit will be by buying shares from the market maker, the HFT eliminate competition. But the risk is the price will be higher than 1. So if you fail to sell to the buyer, the HFT will incur a loss. One important observation is that because the effective supply function is concave, flipping have increasing marginal value, and the HFT will either purchase all shares from the market maker or nothing from the market maker. And if this HFT enters the market with a high enough probability, the market maker will actually use a low spread to induce HFT flipping shares because the HFT is actually essentially insure the market maker. However, the market makers still do not have incentive to commit too much capital because the spread to trigger flipping is linked with the level of capital commitment. So here is the numerical example. And in this graph, the x-axis is the HFT's entry probability. The y-axis is liquidity. But here I need to separate liquidity from trading volume because liquidity is the expected share sold to the buyer, but the trading volume is the expected share sold to the buyer and the HFT altogether. As you can see, when HFT's entry is very likely, liquidity separate from trading volume, liquidity barely changes, but the trading volume skyrockets. This is because the HFT is buying all these shares and turn it over to sell at a higher price. And if you look at this buyer versus average spread, same thing happens. The total spread barely changes because the high frequency trader is buying a lot of cheaper shares, but the spread facing by the buyer skyrockets because the high frequency trader, when they just flip shares, they're selling at a higher price. This means although the trading volume goes up and average spread goes down, the welfare improvement is relatively small. This suggests that we should really separate trading data from HFT to have a better assessment of whether they are benefiting the market. So to conclude, what's a takeaway I want you guys to have? Well, first, of course, I say it already twice, lower spread does not necessarily lead to better market quality. You need to take into capital commitment into account. This is because the high frequency trading might impair market quality by driving out of those market makers, and the business model of high frequency trader will make them insufficient to fill the gaps. And then the relative trading speed between the HFT and the market maker actually matters. When the HFT's entry probability is low, it is actually beneficial to equalizing the trading speed. And finally, the final takeaway I want to have is that if you fail to exclude trade among liquidity suppliers, this may lead to an overestimate of high frequency trading's welfare effect. So in this sense, I'm actually pro NASDAQ's practice to at least to have a crude measure of which of those trades are actually from HFT or to HFT. And I think that's a very good practice. So that would be all I want to say today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our discussant is Bruno Billet.
Thanks a lot. Oh, can I share my slides? Maybe I'm going to try to do that. Huh?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much. It's very nice to see you all. I would never have said that, but I think I miss you. I would have never anticipated that. It's really nice that you keep the intellectual life still vibrant. Thanks a lot. Okay, so that's a really nice paper. It's a very elegant paper. Let me see if I can do diaporama. Non, ça c'est pas du tout ce que je voulais faire. Ah, is that better? Maybe that's better. Okay, so that's a very nice. No, do you see what I want you to see or not? Do you see my slides?
Yeah,
Yes.
we do see the slide.
Yes, we saw your slide.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thanks a lot. Okay, so that's a nice paper. It's an elegant model. It's well done. Yanan clearly knows what he's doing, and he's a good economist. And so, congratulations. It's a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for me to read that paper. It's very well written. So, so the question in the paper maybe is whether HFT is a good thing or not. Does it improve liquidity or not? And the answers, well, part of the answers is when the HFTs enter, this deters capital commitment by market makers, and that can deteriorate market quality. And as Yanan explained to us, it does so not so much because it increases the spread, but because it decreases the depth at the quote. It decreases the quantity. So what I would like to try to do is to show you the results in a simplified version of the model. So the model is elegant and rich. I'm going to show you something inelegant and poor, but I think it captures the intuition. Okay, okay, good. So first, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to you a model that is static instead of dynamic, and in which capital commitments and trade size are 0 or 1, as opposed to what Yanan does, what he has, really a variation in that. Okay, so just like what Yanan did, I'm going to first show you what happens without an HFT, then we're going to look at what happens with an HFT. So first, the market maker decides to commit capital or not. So either capital is committed or not. Then if the market maker is committing capital, the market maker posts an ask quote, XM. I'm using the same notation as Yanan, of course. And here we have two possibilities. Either the V is, so the liquidity trader is a buyer. And so the liquidity trader comes to the market with a private valuation V. And when that private valuation is larger than the spread, than the ask quote, then the liquidity trader is buying 1 unit in my simple example. And when V is lower than XM, there's no trade. And of course, if no capital is committed, there's no trade. So, of course, as you all know, Randy is my spiritual master. It's a bit like, I'm the Padawan and he's the master Jedi. So as Randy said, we must look at welfare. And so Yanan's model is very nice because we actually have a nice measure of welfare. You know, it's basically, you know, the gains from trade are when V is larger than, so not larger than the price, that's the price. But as soon as V is larger than 0, we have gains from trade in this model. So the utilitarian welfare in the model is the quantity that is traded times V. And so actually, Yenan didn't talk about that, but he could actually study that. So now what's in that very simple little game? The only thing you have to do 2 things if you're a market maker: decide to enter or not, and decide to what price you quote. If you enter, you quote a price that will maximize. Well, that's your margin per unit, and that's the probability of trading. So that's the classical monopoly problem, and there's a solution, X star. And so if there is no HFT, the market maker is going to commit capital and make a market if this monopoly profit is larger than the cost of entry. Okay, so now let's look at the model with an HFT. So same as in the previous model, the market maker can either commit capital or not. Then once capital has been committed, market maker posts a quote. And then, that's the new thing, with probability pi, HFT enters. So HFT enters, sees the price XM and decides, okay, I'm going to undercut. So HFT posts now a quote of XM minus an epsilon, undercutting the market maker. So then if the liquidity trader has a private valuation that is larger than the ask quote, there's a trade with the HFT. If the private valuation is lower than the ask quote, there's no trade. And then when there's no HFT, exactly the same thing happens, except that now the HFT did not have the possibility to undercut. And so now the trade happens with the market maker. And when the market maker has not committed capital, well, if the HFT enters, then the HFT is going to post the same quote as a monopolistic market maker. And if the capital hasn't been committed and the HFT has not entered, then we have no trade. So
we cannot hear you.
Bruno, you're muted.
We cannot hear you.
I thought you would prefer it whenever you don't hear me. That's usually we really prefer when they don't hear me. My wife, for example, you know, but anyhow, now you hear me. And so equilibrium spread is the same as without an HFT. So that's like the widespread equilibrium of Vienna. So my simplified model does not capture the tight spread equilibrium of Vienna. But now, of course, the market maker's profits are lower than with HFT because of the risk of being undercut. And now the market makers are committing if what used to be their profits, which is this monopoly profit, multiplied by the probability that there is no HFT, is larger than the cost. So we see, of course, that there is less commitment, less capital commitment by HFT, by market makers because of the presence of HFT. And what we can have is we can be in that situation where, because of the presence of the HFT, the market maker did not commit capital. And if the HFT does not enter, now we have no trade. Okay, so that's a bad outcome in which gains from trade cannot be obtained, and that's because of the HFT. So that's my last slide. So, you know, I do what discussants do. So I say, oh, it's very nice, but my paper is nice too. So I'm going to do that. So this, I think that Yenan's paper is a very nice paper because it's bringing something new to the theoretical analysis of HFTs. In Yenan's paper, the HFT is providing liquidity. This is posting a limit order. And that's something very nice, very interesting that previous literature didn't do. In previous literature that I know, what I know of previous literature, HFTs were hitting the quotes, that they were consuming liquidity instead of supplying it. Another dimension in which Yenan's model is very nice is that it has this undercutting phenomenon, which is very nice. And that arises because of the sequential nature of the game. First the market maker and then the HFT. So that's different from previous literature in which all the liquidity suppliers were moving together simultaneously. Now, there's one thing that the literature had, which this paper does not have. It's information asymmetry on common values. I think it's all right because my guess is that if you were to add private information, on common values for HFTs, that would only reinforce the results. That would not change. So then I have two very small suggestions. One is to, as Randy said, we always want to analyze welfare. And so Yenan's paper is very nice, model is very nice for that because you actually can do that. So I think, it's nice, should be done. And the other thing, it's related to what Bachimek said. I agree with what Bachimek said. She said, oh, but we could endogenize entry. We could endogenize HFT entry, just like we endogenize market makers entry. So here, we could say, well, the HFTs, they enter when their expected profit is larger than the entry cost. So that would give us, if for example, you say the entry cost is random. I mean, it's not random for the HFT. The HFT knows its entry cost, but ex ante, and at the time at which market maker is posting or making his capital commitment decision, well, we don't know what will be the entry cost of the HFT. So that makes entry a random variable. And now we can talk about the probability of entry. And so we could endogenize the pie doing this. And it might be interesting. And also it might be a way to close the welfare analysis, because when we want to analyze the welfare in this model, we want to analyze, let's say we want to analyze utilitarian welfare, which is, I think that's the right thing to do because everybody is risk neutral. So we want to endogenize utilitarian welfare. And what are the components of utilitarian welfare? Gains from trade, which is basically V times the probability of a trade, and minus the cost. And what are the costs? The costs are the cost of capital commitment. So, maybe you could do that. So once again, I really like the paper. I think it's a very nice paper, and thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. And it's a nice piece of economics, nice and elegant.
Thank you very much. Do I have time to respond?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bruno. After this amazing discussion, I think one pink elephant I really owe an answer to Bruno and all the audience is that given this amazing one-period model already captured like 50% of the paper, why am I taking all the trouble to do this infinite period, right? So due to the time limit, I'll just talk about it like briefly. I think the benefit of having an infinite period model is that I can talk about capital commitment. And actually, this is related to one of Bruno's suggestions of endogenizing HFT entry, because in the paper, I get an extension of what if we post an entry cost of HFT, and then those guys might not entering the market. So now I just want to tell you three versions about like why I think an infinite period model still bring us some new insights. If you think about like keeping HFT out of the game, then the naive thinking will be, well, if we post a cost, the HFT will be out of the game, so it doesn't matter, right? That's the first version of thinking. But then if you're sophisticated and use a one-period model, the conclusion will be, yes, the HFT is deterred out of the market, but the market maker need to use the proper price to deter the HFT from entry. So if we overprotect those HFT, overprotect the market maker will use a high price, and it's bad for other participants. So if we want to keep the HFT out, we really need to think about the minimum cost that keep those guys outside of the market. However, if you think in terms of an infinite period model, adding this capital commitment, you can say, wait a minute, things is not that simple, because when the HFT is kept outside of the market and you overprotect the market making is also getting more profitable. So you can commit more capital to the market. So this is actually beneficial to those large guys with a large price tolerance, but it's bad for the small guys with a very tight price tolerance. So you really need to think about, like, who do you want to protect to make a proper strategy. And another thing is about welfare. In this model, yes, as Bruno correctly pointed out, we are using this expected trading volume, this liquidity, as a proxy of welfare. One thing I want to point it out is that if we just calculate the buyer surplus, which we take literally, actually the change of welfare will go in the same direction. I use this expected number of trades just because I think it might be more robust, because we don't need a specific assumption on the distribution of the, like, it is robust in an empirical way because it do not rely on specific assumptions of buyer's valuation. And finally, I want to talk about this, like, relate my paper to Bruno's paper in 2000. Actually, like, my paper is not that far from his paper, because in that paper, I think he considered a supply schedule problem where you have a very nicely, like, non-linear limit order book, and the supply schedule is actually determined by the indifference condition of market maker, like supplying 1 unit of share at price 1 is not so different from supplying 1 unit share of price 1.5, so they should be both in the supply schedule. Like, in one of my extension, I consider a situation, what if the market maker can also make a supply schedule? In this case, actually, I think my paper complement to that literature by pointing out, in this asymmetric competition, the supply schedule is actually determined by the HFT's indifference condition. Basically, we are deterring the HFT to undercut the market maker at each point of the supply schedule. So in this case, it will ping down an interesting picture of supply schedule, although I don't know it's true or not, but that's another interesting mechanism I think I should delve into. And if you're interested, you're welcome to look at my paper, and I have a graph like what the supply schedule should be if the market maker can actually do that. Thank you very much, and thanks again, Bruno, for the amazing discussion.
You're welcome.
So Yanan, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, so your model does have the HFT consuming liquidity. That's your flipping extension. Am I right? Can you talk a little about that?
Okay, sure. It's like in my model, like you have that part, and basically that part also endogenize the HFT supply. Basically means, as I mentioned in the presentation, like the HFT will buy low cost share from the market maker and then resupply them at a higher price. So in this case, it's hard to say whether the liquidity is getting better, because when the HFT is entered with a low possibility, like the buyer may face a lot of low price shares. On the other hand, when the HFT enter with a high probability, like almost all the cheaper shares or liquidity, as you mentioned, is consumed by the high frequency trader and then resupply at a higher price. So those buyers who have a tighter price buying threshold will be worse off. Well, if you're a large buyer and you kind of like don't care about the cost, you sort of be better off, because with more HFT, the market maker is incentivized to commit more capital because the HFT is always consuming those liquidity from the market maker. And you might be better off because there will be more shares waiting for you to buy. So that's a brief summary of that part. Thank you.
Can I ask something? So earlier you talk about the nuance of the long-lived player, having an infinitely lived player. At some point, I thought you were going to get something about reputation. I'm thinking like the style of Funderburg-Levine thing, because like you have this long-lived player, so in principle he could like. I don't think your model has the option for him to actually punish the high frequency traders if they get into if they intervene. But like in principle, him being a long-lived player would have this nuance of like he might want to build a reputation that if he starts being undercut, he will just kind of be more competitive and punish the high frequency traders, right? Like that's the whole Funderburg and Levine discussion.
It's just like in my model, there's no this irrational tough type that like the high frequency trader can do Bayesian updating over and over. But yes, I think you are right. If I add another type who is, will always be tough, I think that effect will be there. But here, I think I don't have that effect just because I don't have another, irrational type to deter the high frequency
for him
from
to mimic.
entering. Yes, but I do have a extension on participation cost where the market maker will deter the high frequency trader from entering, but through another mechanism. Basically, I'll use a price so low that even if you enter, your expected profit won't cover your cost. But I don't have time to cover that part. But if you are talking about deterring entry, that's the part in my model that corresponds to that.
That corresponds to that.
But you're right. There's no like reputation effect because there's no like tough type who is doing the toughest thing all the time. Yes.
Can I ask a question about the high frequency trader? So now in your model currently there's just one high frequency trader. Now,
yes.
So what will happen if you allow the possibility that there may be two, so then they can compete and bid down the price?
I think then I think maybe my model can incorporate that, but that can be hard because then you have a lot of like mixed strategy going on. But I think I can incorporate that part. Yes, it's like if you have two high frequency traders and they'll just compete over, like basically they'll both use a mixed strategy. And I don't have the answer at the back of my head, but my thinking is that liquidity might be improved if you have more people entering there and competing with price. That's my gut feeling, but yeah, I don't have a model for that yet. Yes.
Because if they front run each other, it feels like one high frequency trader would look like the market maker currently in your model. They might be like mutually front running each other.
Yes, I think currently in my model, when I think about like high frequency market making, this corresponds to the simultaneous time game, because as you know, now the two out of four like largest designated market maker in NYSE is actually related to high frequency trading, like Citadel and Virtu. So I think that part like try to provide a partial answer to your question about what if we introduce those guys and those guys are really good and can compete with high frequency trader. But yes, like in my model, I do not have a model where there is one market maker and several high frequency trader. But I do have the simultaneous trading model, which provide a partial answer to your question.
Okay,
all right, thank you so much, Yanan. Thank you so much, Bruno. Let's take a deep breath before we start with the second half of our workshop.
You don't have a quick question also?
Okay.
So, because we have like 2 minutes, right, until the next paper? 1 minute? Okay, never mind then.
One or two.
I'll just send you the chat. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you everybody for attending our job candidates workshop. And I'm so excited to introduce our third talk today by Marina Lovchikova. Marina, you've already shared your screen. Go for it.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm apologizing for outdoor noise. My apartment complex decided to renovate the pool. So if you hear something, again, my apologies. Before I start, I need to say the usual disclaimer that results and conclusions are mine and not those of Eurostat, the European Commission, and any of the national statistical authorities whose data have been used. Okay, so in this paper, basically what I'm trying to look at, I'm gonna look at automation and workers' welfare. So during the 20th century, we know that automation was considered either a threat or an opportunity for the economy. So does automation harms the workers and the economy? Or does the automation moves the economy forward, increasing living standards and competitiveness of the economy? So also, this debate is still ongoing, and we still don't know what's going to be the general effects of the automation. And there's plenty of literature that exists about the automation and how it's affecting labor. And I'm going to try to contribute to these two lines of research. This is literature on automation and looking at labor displacements and also automation and the wage effects in this literature. And another part is I'm trying to, another line of research that I'm trying to contribute is how automation and policy interact, or how policymakers should actually respond to the changes in automation. So my basic research questions, so it's a kind of three-part paper. So the first one, I'm going to try to understand what is the impact of automation on workers' welfare, what policy is going to be most effective in helping low-skilled workers, and how significant the impact of automation on the labor market outcomes in the recent period. As to do
Sounds
that,
like a strange policy perspective. I don't want to sound like Donald Trump here, but I'd be in favor of helping the high-skilled, high-efficiency workers. I mean, your policy is, how can we give tenure to the people who don't work and don't publish and are bad teachers? You might just want to fire them. So can you give some motivation for why this is a good policy objective?
Oh, well, when we think about automation, who automation is basically harming? Yes, so automation is one literature basically insists that it displaces the worker and they're moving to the low skill occupation that pay less, and we're increasing inequality in the society. So as a society, we want to help those workers and decrease the gap in inequality.
So like we should have blacksmiths working at subsidies horseshoeing, even though the automobile is a dominant technology. I guess that would be a good example.
Yeah.
Or a bad example.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, thank
Yeah,
you.
I mean, I think it's important you try to motivate. It's obvious in labor economics, they take it as a given that we should help the low wage workers. It's not obvious what the objective function should be, so you might want to think about that.
But Marina, you're talking about education here. So is the right metaphor what Randy was saying, that we should help subsidize blacksmiths making horseshoes, or is the right policy that we should be thinking about getting blacksmiths educated to be doing other kinds of work?
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking at different types of policy. The first one is going to be subsidizing, that's unemployment benefits, but also I'm going to be looking at education. Like if we encourage education, will it help to reduce the inequality in the society? So I'm not saying that it's like helping low-skilled workers is only one type of policy. I'm gonna looking at several, and I'm gonna presenting, I guess, three in this presentation. So in terms of frameworks that I'm gonna be using, I'm gonna be extending the Diamond Mortensen Pissarides model and include automation and skill heterogeneity. So there's three key features of the model: that automation will be lowering wages of low-skilled workers. So, and it's going to be working through the same mechanism as, let's say, Leduc and Liu used in their paper. So through the outside option for the firm, automation will be affecting wages of those workers. In terms of automation, how I'm going to be looking at automation, I will try to look at two different characteristics of automation. It's price, and capabilities of automation. So right now in the recent literature, we're mostly looking at what happens if automation replaces all the workers. So this is like extension or expansion of capabilities of automation through like automation becomes more prevalent and it's increasing the range of function. It's kind of could substitute the workers. The another characteristics, it's the price of automation. So if we think how costly this for firms to use the automation. And I'm not going to be using the investment costs. So some people thinking that you need to invest in automation. I'm going to be using the usual rental cost of automation. So if the price of automation goes down, it's going to be affecting wages. And if the capabilities will be extending, it's also going to be affecting wages of low-skilled workers. I also look at a model where our workers could decide on education, and it's going to be endogenous, and we will be comparing two types of models, is with education and without the education, to trying to infer how we think about education and automation in those models. Okay. I guess because you all know the DMP model, I could very quickly go through some basics of the model. So I will have.
Nick, can I ask a quick question before you get too far? Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm not that familiar with this literature, but I know it's very large. Could you just, I know you had one of your early slides was about the literature, but could you guys give us like a big picture sense of what you're doing that all these papers by SaMMF and Author and everybody else, and maybe why it's important to do it in a search model? Just like a big picture idea of what's going to be different here, what you add to that.
All right, so the first I'm adding again this mechanism that already used before, but the automation decreasing the wages. It's affecting wages of the workers. The second feature of the model that they're going to be using, it's simultaneously looking at two characteristics of automation. It's price and capabilities. So in the previous models, let's say the same author and SaMMF and Restrepo, they're looking at usually one specific characteristic and keeping other characteristics like fixed or undecided about it. And most of the models also consider education fixed. So like considering that when automation comes, the education cannot be changed in the model. What I'm doing, I'm bringing all the elements together and trying to figure out first, the effect of automation, and second, in this environment, how the policy choices could change. Does that answer your question?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So in the model, I will have two sectors. Firms going to be producing and searching for inputs. There is some fraction of high-skilled workers mu, and it's going to be endogenous in the model with education. There's inelastically supply 1 unit of labor. And the policy measures was going to be unemployment benefits, but also firing taxes, education subsidies, and union support that I'm going to discuss a bit later. So the matching is going to be the usual matching that's used in the DMP model, and there's nothing fancy about it. Like in terms of firm value functions that we have in low skill sector. So in a low skill sector, what happens is that you have this a rate of matching with automation, and this matching matching probability or matching rate will be basically exogenous. So I will have both characteristics of automation will be exogenous in this model, and they not be affected by how many firms are searching for the inputs or how many workers are there. Right. So, and in terms of progression of the model, I'm also abstracting basically from discussion about productivity of automation. I basically assuming that the revenue that the firm will get will be the same if it use the worker or it's going to be using automation. So this C variable is going to be again exogenous rental price of automation, and it's going to be different separation rate from automation. So the worker value functions are very similar to the standard model. Nothing super fancy. It's just because I will be incorporating government, I need to include also income taxes for all the workers. Okay, so
Marina, can I ask a question about the formulation? Here in a model, can I think of automation as similar to outsourcing, like firm just hire someone overseas? Less skilled workers overseas.
Yeah, the problem with outsourcing is that you're paying money outside your country, and it's going to be affecting, let's say, this money will not be spent in the economy. Yes, so
okay, so here
yes, it's kind of similar, but if you pay money for the rental price of automation, this money is going to be spent within the economy. Makes sense?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of wage determination, this is like in partial equilibrium, what we will see, there is some wage penalty will be imposed through this wage bargaining between low-skilled workers and the firms in low-skill sector. And you can see that the wage penalty will depend on both parameters of automation, its price and its availability, or we also can think about its how prevalent automation or how widespread the automation within the sector and its capabilities. Okay, but also this wage penalty will depend on the labor market institution, labor support, unemployment benefits, job protection, and also hiring. So what's interesting in this model is that the effect of automation in general equilibrium is not obvious. So you can see that the wage penalty, yes, in partial equilibrium, the wage penalty will be decreasing the wages of low-skilled workers. But at the same time, what's happening is that because this mechanism exists, yes, so because we have this possibility for firms to negotiate wages down, the firms will enter the sector, and it's possible that wages will actually increase as well as the employment will increase in the sector. So the general equilibrium effect are not obvious, so that's why I will be using the calibration and simulation of the model. Okay. I guess I could, yes?
I'm a little bit lost here. So the Xi is the price of the automation rent, and is, you said that's exogenous?
Yeah, exogenous.
So now I'm a little bit like, because you're saying to changing that this is like something that it goes back to your economy, so it's paid to some people. There is a supply of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So how it's just that I can totally reproduce. It's not like.
Yeah, so I'm completely abstracting from the like technology monopolist, you can say, in the sector. So for the firms for a high skill and low skill sector, there will be exogenous. The prices and how much automation is available is going to be exogenous for me, but for any firm in the sector, yes, but those rental costs for the automation will be paid within the economy. Yes, so it's going to be entering the feasibility constraint of the economy. So you cannot like spend
So
outside.
yeah, I was just trying to have a hard time because it's like I have a code and then I share it, so I can share how many times I want. Is that how I should think about this? Because it's not like, because if you think about automation as like a machines in a factory, that's like there's labor and capital to put those machines in place. If you think about, but it is kind of like software. I develop it and I can just share.
You can think about that. There's automation that have some capabilities. So let's say it's some robots, but it's not that you can install robot for every for the same firm type. So let's say if I'm let's say Target, I can use workers to clean the floors, so I can use robots to clean the floors. So, and the number of machines going to be just available there. And it's not like your analogy, you're basically saying there's some installation already happened, so I cannot share. But you can say, I'm thinking like before the installation, so before you do the installation, how much do this robots or machines are available? Make sense? No?
Rena, I just want to tell you that you're about halfway through.
Bruno, does it answer your question?
Let's keep going. I can go back. Thank you.
Okay, so because I have two sectors, I need to assume some complementarity or like some functional form that's the final good will be produced from two intermediate goods produced by two sectors. Okay, and this output of sector L will be produced from workers and also from the automation. Okay. So in terms of calibration and simulation, the model. So what's going to be happening is I'm not going to be using the poor calibration when I take moments from other studies, so some data. I will be using partially calibrating the model. So let's say I'm going to be taking the elasticity of substitution, but also I will be trying to match some moments in the data, yes, to uncover other parameters. For example, matching efficiency or the relative importance of, let's say, a low-scale sector. Okay, so, and by calibrating and simulating the model, I will be trying to gauge this labor market sensitivity to advancements of automation, but also effectiveness of policy instruments. Okay, so in terms of previewing results, automation I will show that automation could have large effects even without displacing the worker. Okay, so which means that maybe employment doesn't change as much as we expect, but the wages will go down always when automation is available or when the prices of automation are going down. Okay, so, and it's going to be affecting welfare of the low-skilled workers, as well as inequality between low-skilled workers and high-skilled workers. Okay, so I also show that effect of automation will differ depending on how we think about automation advancement. So does it prices decline or the capability of automation expand? Okay, and in terms of educational response, education will definitely respond positively for automation, but the mechanism a bit going to be different from what you've seen in the literature. So if in the literature you think that lack of employment encourage people to get the education, but here it's going to be low wages that's affected by automation, encourage people to get to the higher level of education. So in the policy measure effectiveness, so because I'm going to be looking at several measures, I'm going to discuss that this effectiveness will depend on how automation advances, whether we consider education endogenous or fixed, and also could we use these policy measures in isolation or simultaneously. Okay, so I guess I could skip this one. Okay, so going to answer my questions and in terms of results. So what's going on here? So this is the results, or this is steady state comparison of 1% changes in automation parameters. So, and it's going to be the general equilibrium. So you can see that even in general equilibrium, when education is not adjusted, the wages are lower for the workers. Right? So basically this outside option for the firm is still impacting workers. Even the entry of the firm is entry is higher in this environment. So you can see that expansion and the decline in prices will have a different effects on employment rate of low-skilled workers. So when automation have a better capabilities, so and it's basically displacing workers, decreasing employment rate for low-skilled workers slightly, but when the prices decline, keeping the same level of automation capabilities fixed, it's possible that prices will increase employment rate. Right? When we consider the educational adjustment, what's happening is that workers respond positively both to expansion of automation capabilities, but also decline in prices by changing the education level. Okay? So, and through this reshuffling between two sectors, you can see that general equilibrium effect of automation on wages and employment is positive in both cases. Okay, any questions at this point? Okay, so the next question I'm going to try to answer is how effective the policies in helping low-skilled workers? And I'm going to be considering 3 types of policies for the sake of time in this presentation. Is should we increase unemployment benefits? Should we support the unions? Or should we subsidize the education? So when we don't have educational adjustments, only 2 policies could be considered. And so in general equilibrium, what happens, yes, those 2 policies, high unemployment benefits and the union support, will help increase the wages of low-skilled workers, but at the cost of lower employment rates. So there's a policy trade-off. Do you want to counteract the wage effect of automation, but you could harm actually employment level of low-skilled workers? And in terms of inequality, you can see that inequality will be decreasing. It's relative wages measured as relative wages of high-skilled and low-skilled workers. So in terms of policy, you can say effectiveness. So what we can see that when capabilities of automation expand, which we'll show you earlier, the employment effect is negative. Yes, so basically these 2 policies will also have negative effect on employment and basically exacerbating this employment effect of automation. Even the inequality and wages of low-skilled workers are positive. So when education is endogenous, or what happens is those 2 policies basically discouraging education for the workers. And when they're discouraging education for the workers, it's going to be have effect not only on employment, but also could have a negative effect on wages in some cases. Okay, and in terms of inequality, you can see that in the in this model, relative wages between high skill and low skill workers are increasing, so inequality will be increasing. Right, so education subsidies.
Marina, can I ask a clarifying? So,
yeah.
So here, why, can you tell us the intuition behind why the high skill workers employment also declines when automation increases?
So,
am I understand correctly that the employment rate of high skilled worker also drops?
Yeah, over here. Yes, you
Yeah,
mean this one, union support,
yeah.
yes. So what happens is, because we have the complementarity between two sectors, low skill and high skill sector, when the employment of low skill sectors also drops, it have effect on the demand for high skill workers.
No, but suppose we go to SaMMF's paper. There, automation is like just a perfect substitute of unemployed, a low skilled worker. So now if you have more supply of machines, I would imagine that overall increases the supply of low-skilled worker plus robots. Then would that increase the demand for high-skilled worker?
Yeah, so you're thinking about this graph, like when you have the advances of automation, yes, and the employment of high-skilled workers is actually increasing, but when we talk about policy, what happens with the policies? Yes, so the policy will decrease employment.
I see. You're fixing the price of automation and fixing the supply of robots. Is that the?
Yeah. So I'm fixing everything except I'm changing the bargaining power of workers. So through the union support.
And even the supply of robots are fixed.
Yeah. So all the parameters fixed except the union support.
I mean, I don't quite understand the model here. So that when you have those policies, wouldn't there be a general equilibrium effect on the supply of robots to the economy?
What I'm showing, this is the general equilibrium.
But you said the supply is fixed, so that's why it's not.
I mean, the parameter is fixed.
Oh,
the entry is not fixed.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And in terms of educational subsidies is also increasing educational attainment. And it's the best course of action, basically, to include educational subsidies or combine educational subsidies with those types of policies like high union support and high unemployment benefits to counteract this discouragement for education.
It's very important. But it's not too surprising. If you can make everybody smarter, that's going to have a good outcome. The question is, at what cost? I mean, how are you modeling the cost of education?
Oh,
it takes a lot of resources to turn a blacksmith into a doctor.
The cost of education is taken out from the final goods, so it's paid in the final goods, in final good prices.
No, I understand, but how are you calibrating how much it costs to turn low-skilled workers into high-skilled workers? I mean, does it take, $30,000, $300,000?
That's not exactly what I'm doing. So in terms of calibration, I'm using, let's say, 5 moments in this specific model. I'm using employment rates of 2 types of workers, educational attainment, labor share, and the level of output. Yes, and by using these 5 moments, I could calibrate what's going to be the cost of education in relative terms to the GDP.
Okay, but can you tell us what that number is, even though that's not a calibration target, it's an outcome. So what does it cost in your estimate?
0.56, something that's I can go back to.
Maybe a good way is to say that
so
it's like relative to GDP or something like that. So what would be the cost in terms of the, if the US is going to impose taxes to subsidize, to make this subsidy, would be increasing 0.5% of GDP in terms of tax to subsidize that is like. Or,
It's
Well,
around
let me say,
5%.
Bruno, there's a serious problem in search models with heterogeneous agents. You may calibrate and see what the marginal worker pays to get an education, but the non-marginal workers, it could cost a lot more resources to get them educated. So there's no information about how much you would, the counterfactuals of educating the people who are very low skill because they're, very low ability. We have no idea what it would cost to re-educate them. In general, this is a big problem. Any model of heterogeneous agents, the calibration may hit the marginal guy, but you don't observe, unless you have some natural experiments, you don't observe the cost of the non-marginal guys.
Yes, exactly, because I only have an average level of, let's say, expenditures, or average level of
Marina, I think we all have more questions, but let's all save them for after Paulo's discussion. So Marina, why don't you conclude and then we give it to Paulo?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of implication of this model, what I'm trying to convey is that how automation advances is going to matter for labor outcomes and also for the policy choice. So if we're in an environment where the automation advances through the expansion of capabilities, it could be a different policy choice from one that we have when the prices of automation decline, okay? And it's possible that those policies could have an adverse effect on educational attainment, which is gonna harm us in the long run. And the best idea that's kind of the model could gives is to combine policies with educational support to boost this employment wages. Right, so I guess I'm gonna skip the last part and conclude. So in terms of policies, again, we should be careful and know what type of automation advancement we're facing, and also decide on which instruments we are using to help the low skill guys. And yeah, I guess that's all. So I didn't have time for the last part, but still, thanks.
All right, thank you so much. We'll have a lot more time to discuss after Paulo had his turn.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Perfectly.
Can you hear me well? Perfect. Okay, so let me share. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for inviting me to discuss this paper. So let me just give you an overview of what Marina just told you about. So this paper basically wants to understand what's the labor market impact of automation. And in particular, how this impact differs in the short run where education is fixed compared to a long run where education can adjust freely by paying an education cost which is equal for every worker. So the way the paper addresses the question is through using a search and matching model with two types of workers, high-skilled workers and low-skilled workers. The first are complement with either low-skilled or I call them robots that are perfect substitute with each other. And in the long-run version of the model, workers can choose to which category they belong. The paper studies how the labor market for high-skilled and low-skilled workers responds to changes in price of automation or in what the paper defines capability. And then how much the change in automation can account for the labor market trends we've seen in recent years. I think the two main results the paper want to push are that once you account for endogenous education, the negative effect of automation on low-skilled workers is muted, exactly because these low-skilled workers would acquire education, so they they move to the high-skilled bucket more, given that there is this higher competition from robots. And then if you look at the recent data, the labor market policy that presented, I have a hard time accounting for recent changes in relative wages and in education shares in the economy, and automation, exactly because it pushes workers toward acquiring the education and becoming high-skilled, helps with replicating the recent surge in education achievements. So before I get into discussion, I want to just highlight quickly what are the key mechanisms in the paper. So here, these are, I think, the main equation. This is a standard free entry condition in the vacancy market for low-skilled workers, except for the presence of this term in the middle, which is phi is the probability that once you post a vacancy for either a low-skilled worker or a robot, you actually meet the robot. So you hire a robot, let me call it this way. And the value of hiring a robot is declining in the exogenous price you have to pay to hire it. Okay, that's what's called the price. So this C is the price and phi what's called capability. So what happens in the short run when education is fixed, if you reduce the price of robots, well, the employment of high-skilled workers goes up because they're complement with robots. At the same time, and that's the peculiar characteristic of this paper, also the employment of low-skilled workers goes up because of what I define complementarity in search. So you post a vacancy and you cannot tell them apart whether you're hiring a robot or a low-skilled worker. So if it's cheaper to hire robots, you post more vacancy, and as a byproduct, you're also going to hire more low-skilled workers. If you instead increase the meeting rate with robots, so how easy it is to bump into the robot instead of the low-skilled worker, again, you're going to hire more high-skilled workers because of complementarity, but then it's a little bit more tricky whether you also end up hiring more low-skilled workers, and that depends on parameters. When it comes to wages, the response is more standard. Again, complementarity increases the wages of high-skilled workers because you are hiring more easily their complement, which are robots, while the wages of low-skilled workers is going to go down because they're competing more strongly against robots. In the long run, the automation has a positive effect on employment and wages, exactly because as soon as you start facing the pressure for robots, you readjust and you start having more education. So I'm going to just move more quickly. So as I think Ben asked at the beginning, it's a little bit hard to understand what is a random search between robots and low-skilled workers is meant to capture. I have a hard time thinking about some real-world example. And in the paper, the motivation is that employment rate, the standard effect of declining demand for low-skilled workers, cannot explain what we see in terms of employment rates and wages for low-skilled workers in the economy. But here I'm thinking, if you take a standard search CES production for high and low-skilled workers, without this complementarity in search, and you feed in an endogenous choice of education, wouldn't you still get basically the same results? That your workers start having more education, and then the wage of low-skilled workers doesn't feel this competitive pressure from machines. And again, it's a little bit tricky to think about what's a low-skilled worker. So if we see that in this model, there are only two types, high and low-skilled, but as Author and Dorn define three types. And what I think we consider low-skilled could be either routine workers that are complement with machines, so their employment goes down in the data, or manual workers that are not substituted with robots, and so the employment actually goes up. So if you count them both together, the actual total effect on employment might not be negative, even in a standard model with substitution between routine workers and robots. So it seems to me that maybe having this complementarity in the search of low-skilled workers and robots is not necessary to generate basically the lack of response of employment to automation. Then the paper goes a little bit in a very extensive discussion of a bunch of policy instruments, which I think the results are pretty standard there, and it's not clear to me why there is this long discussion of policy experiment in isolation without matching it with automation. And what I want to focus on here, and I think this is what Randy was asking, is there are basically two views of the world, two extreme. One is education is your type, there's nothing you can do. You are born smart or not. And the opposite is that you can arbitrage away any difference in payoffs by just paying a cost and becoming educated. So the paper seems to favor the second approach, that the actual world is that you can pay a cost and become high skilled. And so in that world, I have ex ante, everybody's indifferent between being college graduate or not. So I have a hard time thinking about why we should care about wage inequality or employment inequality if from a welfare perspective, we are indifferent between what ex post we're going to become. A little bit different would be in a transition. If now I have my own type and I have to, and I cannot change it while automation is biting the surplus from me. And then in that world, I guess it would be particularly important to study the transition for workers that are already chosen their education, but then really the paper uses a welfare measure, which is just the flow payoff, your current wage, and that would be a particularly bad measure to capture the welfare effect of automation in a way along the transition once you already chose your education level. And then also the paper, when the paper goes into looking at the recent evidence, there is some policy measures, there is some direct observation about their change. Some other are a little bit picked ad hoc. And so it's a little bit hard to understand how, for example, a union map into bargaining power quantitatively. So what I would do, I would just re-estimate the model in two different points in time and inspect the new estimate to see what they tell me about the implied changes in the environment. And maybe then once you have the new estimate, you can look at some suggestive evidence in the data and see if your model is picking up the right change in policies over time. But again, here I'm a little bit confused when it comes to, again, the motivation of why we need this complementarity in search. If you look at the evidence, it seems that from the first line, that even just the labor market policy the paper talks about are enough to get a positive response of employment for unskilled workers. So that's unclear why these first observations need anything from automation. When it comes to wage inequality, there has been a decline in wage inequality, at least in the European sample the paper uses, but here automation doesn't give you anything. The only decline in wage inequality comes from here a decline in the value of non-employment for high-skilled workers, which is, again, I'm not sure why unemployment benefits should change only for high-skilled workers, but other than that, you don't get any bite from automation. So the only point where automation really helps is accounting for the surge in education acquisition. But if that's the outcome, then again, why isn't just a standard model with two types of workers and endogenous education choice without the search matching structure enough to get this pro-education effect of automation through the reduction in the surplus from being low skilled? And again, yeah, as I was saying, so this is, I think I'm out of time. So there are other small points that maybe Marina can use more than the audience, because these are more like into the details of the paper. The only one comment I want to have to conclude, it is something that Chen-Xing mentioned at the beginning. Is it a model of automation, or is it a model, for example, of immigration? So one feature of the model is that because we don't have the general equilibrium effect on investing in automation, capital, and innovation, automation here is just an upside option that could still, let's say, steal the vacancy for an unskilled worker and maybe charge a lower price. And in a sense, I think this may be a perk of the model, because it can be used also in other environments where, for example, unskilled immigration might have a similar effect on the labor market as what automation done in this paper. And I think I went a little bit out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. We didn't want to cut you short because it was so insightful what you were saying. All right, open discussion now, please. Marina, you can comment, and everybody else can ask your questions to Marina and Paolo.
I agree with Paolo that transition is very interesting subject, and like it should be discussed. But I guess in my model, I decided to abstract a bit from the transition, so not to complicate this part. Yeah, I guess it's going to be the second paper about the transition.
Marina, can I ask you a question about the transition then? So is it possible for you to model aging in or death in your model? Just let the workers die at some reasonable probability. Have newborn workers choose education, but existing workers not, because I feel like that captures part of the problem with retraining. It's very hard to retrain a blacksmith to become a doctor, but it's much easier to tell kids don't become blacksmiths.
Yeah, I guess if I introduce additional like death rate into the model, but also I need to introduce the birth rate to keep the steady level of education, steady level of population in the model.
Yeah, of course. My idea was just that only the newborn workers can choose their education freely, and adult ones, first approximation can't do anything. And maybe do a more sophisticated model, or maybe they can choose at a higher cost.
But these are interesting points. Maybe the only time I learned economics from politicians is when in England, they were going to consider closing the coal mines. And the argument against it is you pay them more in unemployment insurance than you'd have to pay in wage subsidies to keep the mines open. And the politician says, yes, but if we shut down the coal mines, we pay them unemployment insurance for a while, but we don't pay them forever, and we don't pay their kids and their grandkids wage subsidies for the rest of the time. So this generational effect is really important.
Thank you.
And since we're talking about politics already, let me go on Randy's commentary a little bit and say, well, I guess the Social Democrats' answer would be that we need to pay the low-skilled, newly unemployed worker, the displaced workers. We need to subsidize them, even if we don't care about inequality in our welfare function. We need to pay them because otherwise they'll become Bolsheviks and smash the nice little capitalist economy we have here. I mean, that's the killer argument, in my opinion, for even if you don't care about welfare, you need to ensure that you have a blocking majority for capitalism.
Otherwise, you should put that in the model. Just joking.
I think there are papers like that, but there's multiple ways to appease the low-wage workers. Religion being one, paying them subsidized wages being another, executing them or sending them to Siberia. Or there's lots of ways to do it.
I come from Siberia, Randy. I came from Siberia.
Okay, you made it out good.
So Marina, I think Heckman has this old literature on like how if you want to achieve a redistribution, and I think it's related to your paper, though like you don't do it directly, like how you need subsidy to education in order to do redistribution. Like if your only policy tool is tax, you want to tax high educated people. You don't want to subsidize education. But if you have a tool subsidy to education, then you want to subsidize education and tax high income people at the same time. So there is like this, like he has some old model on that. Old maybe like 2000s, because now 2000 is old, but like I don't know. We have some comments on that.
Speaking of the literature, before I forget, Marina, there are papers by Jim Albrecht with a variety of co-authors, usually with Susan Vroman and others. I think there's 2 in the IER, which are about high and low skill jobs. You should look at those. I don't know if you're aware of them. And there's a paper by Eric Smith, maybe Eric Smith and Ken Burdett, called The Low Skill Trap. So these arguments about subsidizing, low skill workers, it seems obviously bad from an efficiency point of view. There are models of multiple equilibria where you get into a low skill trap, and in those models, subsidizing them or subsidizing education may be unambiguously lead to more efficiency because you move to a different equilibrium. So there is some literature on this using similar models. You might want to be aware of that literature.
I'm confused about this discussion because like are we talking about subsidize their consumption or their work? You might want to subsidize their consumption. I get that part, but like, why you want to why you want them to work if it's not efficient? These are
Well, no, that's correct. It's obviously better to give lump sum transfers if they're available. It's a pretty costly way to subsidize the poor or to transfer resources to the poor to keep them employed in bad jobs that have inflated wages. I agree with you there. But you see it all the time in politics, right? I mean, you know what I know the Canadian situation better. Unemployment insurance in Canada is a transfer from the rich province of Ontario, mainly to the seasonal employment on the two coasts. And it's clearly a transfer, and the politicians know this. But if you try to tell them, just give them a lump sum transfer, these guys say, we don't want a handout, we want a good job. So the politics carries the day in these things.
Any other comments? Or we can continue discussing employment versus consumption.
Maybe the only one thing I would say is that it's true that there is this question keeps coming, and Randy again was asking that, you know, where is ability coming from? Are you born with that, or do you get from paying some cost that everybody can pay? So maybe spending, since that point is going to be crucial, maybe spending a little bit more time in the paper. And true, you need a natural experiment, but otherwise you can look, for example, imagine you have some heterogeneity in cost. And if you start expanding education and you have a reasonable heterogeneity, so that once you're expanding education, the marginal guy that you make go to college becomes more and more and more expensive. So eventually that's going to stop. Here, it's completely flat and everybody can pay the same fee and get to go to college. So quantitatively, you might want to contain how much you can get from just expanding the fraction of college graduates through the roof, because it's particularly cheap in this model. So at least you show that you're thinking about that margin, which I think the literature is still wondering how much it's endogenous, how much is exogenous, really, how much is innate ability.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, no more comments. If no more comments, I guess I can give stage back to Lucas and Foxzat.
All right, thank you so much, Marina. Thank you so much, Paolo. We want to allow for the possibility that some people are tuning in at exactly the right time for Farzad to start. So let's just enjoy an 8-minute break, take a deep breath, have a snack. And feel free to chit chat about whatever lockdown is going on in your locality. Okay, hello everybody and welcome back. Farzad, why don't you get started? We're very excited to have Farzad Probabai as the last presenter at our workshop.
Okay, thank you so much, Lucas. Do you guys hear me at all?
Perfectly.
Can you hear me? Okay, that sounds great. Well, thanks a lot to the organizer. It's quite a pleasure to be speaking here. And thanks a lot for everyone who's sticking around for the last presentation of the day. So my name is Farzad Probabai, and I'm going to be speaking about this paper titled Reputation, Innovation, and Externalities in Venture Capital. So this is essentially a paper in which I develop a model of random search and matching between the entrepreneurs and the venture capitalists. So, and specifically, I would like to account for the fact that the VCs have reputational concerns. So they care about the reputation that they will build eventually in this economy. And later on, I'll be able to extend the model to capture two instances of important market failures. The first one is the classical spillovers, the neglect of spillovers in the innovative sector, specifically from the young, innovative, early stage startups into the rest of the economy. The second one, which I will explain more in today's presentation, is something that I will call reputational deal flow externality. And by that, I mean where more reputable investors impose a negative externality on the deal flow of the less reputable ones. And therefore, we are going to end up with suboptimal levels of surplus and output in the economy. So with that, I'm going to show you this graph, which is taken from the Sorensen's 2007 paper. So on the x-axis of this graph, you have a measure of experience of the ability or the skills of the lead venture capitalist. And on the y-axis, you have the chances of taking the company to the public market. So essentially the IPO rate. So you could expect that there is an increasing relationship between these two variables. And of course, you may be concerned about the sorting and selections of good companies into the hands of good venture capitalists. So the contribution of the Sorensen's paper was to kind of show even after accounting for this sorting and selection issues, there still remains a positive treatment effect from the ability and the skills of the VCs into the ultimate prospects of the company, into the ultimate prospects of the startups and whether they turn out to be successful or not. And they showed that there actually exists such a positive effect. So kind of inspired by this, I'm going to introduce this random search model where VCs earn a reputation because of their value-added skills, because of what do they contribute to the projects exposed to the investment stage, exposed to the selection stage. So there are a variety of dimensions that they could make the companies more efficient later on. For example, connecting the startups to the other investors, bringing them into the circle of the attentions, providing a strategic guidance, and so many other dimensions that the VCs could have direct influence, even conditioned on the type of the startups. And therefore, I'll be able to rationalize a number of stylized facts. Here are a few of them. So for example, we're going to see that the later stage startups attract a wider range of investors. As a result of cost-reducing positive technological shocks, the variety of finance projects is going to enhance. So it's not just the intensive margin, but the extensive margin of the type of the startups that are receiving finance is going to be increasing. And this is something that in the jargon of investment and VC literature is called this pray and pray. And lastly, we're going to see that more reputable VCs exhibit a higher tolerance for failure. This notion of the higher tolerance for failure is of great importance in the entrepreneurship and VC literature. So specifically in the papers by Manso and Tian and Wang, this is kind of related. This is kind of studied as an exogenous variable. What I'm doing here is to kind of endogenize that by relating this tolerance for failure and patience to the stock of reputation that has been so far accumulated by the VCs and the extent to which they're willing to burn and sacrifice this reputation by holding on to their startups. And later, I will generalize the model. I'll add some few extensions to capture the two externalities that I alluded to. The first one is the reputational deal flow externality. And we see that in the equilibrium, there is an association with the early termination of the startups and suboptimal mass of active high ability investors. And something that will probably not have enough time to cover today is the conventional traditional neglect of positive spillovers among the entrepreneurial side, among the startup sides. So with that, I would like to quickly go over the model. So this is all we need to know about the model. All the ingredients are kind of summarized in this slide. So we have an economy which is populated by unit mass of venture capitalists. They are the investors. A fraction P of them have the abilities and the skills, okay? So their type is theta equal 1. The remaining fraction don't have this ability, okay? So their theta is 0. Crucially, I'm making this assumption that the types are hidden to all individuals in the economy. So essentially, there is no asymmetric information. So the VCs learn about their types as well as all other market participants in a symmetric way. So we are in a learning world. We're not in an asymmetric information world. There's not a signaling going on here. So on the other side of this market, we have the entrepreneurs, startups, projects. I'm going to use these words interchangeably. So to kind of capture the heterogeneity on that side, I'm going to assume there are two types of projects, A projects and B projects, with the respective measures of phi A and phi B. Similarly, I'm going to assume that at the time of the contact between a VC and an entrepreneur, the type of the project is perfectly observable. So there is no issue about the selection and the abilities of the VCs to find the good companies and the good startups from the bad startups. Everything is about what will happen. I think I got an email from Randy. You're mentioning, I guess, to your paper. I read that with Selvera. So ex post, what will happen ex post is the focus of this paper. So the matching technology, the meeting rates between the VCs and entrepreneurs is going to be quadratic, subject to the frictional rate kappa, where kappa is going to parameterize the speed of these contacts. So at the time of a contact between a VC and an entrepreneur, the VC can reject the proposal. And if it rejects, it will go back to the pool of available investors. And if it accepts, there is going to be a partnership that is formed between these two individuals. So the VC has to cover the flow cost of investment, which is normalized to C. There is going to be a successful outcome with unit payoff that arrives with the intensity theta lambda Q, where remember theta was the type of the VC, lambda Q is associated to the entrepreneur side. And without loss, I'm going to assume that lambda B is higher than lambda A. Remember that I want to kind of interpret the A types as the early stage innovative firms and B types as the latest stage, more incremental businesses. So there are two important assumptions kind of implicit here. The first one is that the success is perfectly conclusive about the type of the VC. Because if your theta is 0, there will never be a success. And if your theta is 1, at the time of the success, all the market participants will immediately revise their posterior about you, and they realize that you have the high ability VC. So this is the first assumption which is hidden in this meeting rate technology. The second assumption is that I'm kind of assuming that it is multiplicative in the type of the entrepreneur and VC. Both of them will be relaxed in the appendix, and I'm only going to assume that, so if I will have some time, I will cover some abstract theorems to kind of get around with the idea of how to relax this to a situation where we have monotonicity with respect to the type of projects and complementarity between these two inputs, and all the equilibrium predictions will carry through. So lastly, I'm going to assume that the VCs collect all the revenues, okay, at the time of success. So essentially, I assume that the entrepreneurs had no bargaining power. So I'm not saying that this isn't realistic, but it makes my assumption, my analysis much more simplistic. And there are some papers that are kind of arguing that over the course of time, the balance of the power has been shifting from the entrepreneurs to the VCs and backwards. So
Well,
I can assure you,
that, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Giving them zero bargaining power is extreme. First off, it means if there's any entry fee to entrepreneurship, no one's going to enter because they don't get any surplus. Or to say a slight different spin on that, entrepreneurs often have the opportunity to go on their own and try to make a go of it without a VC. So if they have zero bargaining power with the VC, they should like exit that market and go on their own or do something different. So that's pretty extreme.
Yeah, I mean, to that extent, I can see why you see that it's an extreme assumption, but on their own, they cannot make their companies successful. The point is, it's not just the capital that the VCs are providing. There are other margins that the VCs could contribute to the.
I totally understand that, but if you're getting zero return from the partnership, even though it's less efficient, maybe it's better not to try to get a partner. Another
Oh
thing
yeah,
about this.
so I see that. Okay, so I'm not treating the entrepreneurs as the strategic agents here. They're just the machines
That's
that
right.
are
You're kind
providing
of
the
turning this
ideas.
this partnership, which is an equilibrium outcome, kind of into a decision problem. The entrepreneurs play very little role here, correct?
Correct, absolutely true.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to generalize that.
I agree with you.
Okay,
Certainly,
good.
it makes a lot of sense.
So
And lastly, in the model, since the VC has to cover the flow cost of the financing, it gets the right to terminate the projects in exchange of that payment. So that's all we need to know about the model. And if you don't like it, so at least we can forget about all of that and only think about this dynamic timeline diagram.
Can I comment on something? Because can you hear me?
Yeah.
Could I interpret just the C cost as the outside option of the entrepreneur? Because it seems to me like that's like, at least with the people that I know in kind of like in San Francisco area, they always talk about the really investment that these guys are making is like paying your salary. You can work for Google and get your salary, or you can start your startup. And the big investment in the beginning is just like someone has to pay your salary while you're there.
Yeah, I think I can understand this intuition.
And wouldn't match the idea that the outside option, like they only pay their outside option. So they are.
Yeah, but at the same time, just remember that this C is paid by the VC. It's the VC who's responsible for covering the flow cost. And yeah, and again, I kind of want to emphasize this notion that without the input of the VC, the project is not going to be successful. The entrepreneurs on their own cannot get very far. Yeah, but I also understand that notion as well. So let's look at this diagram. So think about a generic VC whose reputation is pi. Pi is the posterior belief about the type of the VC. After some exponential time that depends on the thickness of the market, on the pool of the available investor, it's going to meet a randomly drawn startup, okay? So the VC can either reject the proposal and then goes back to the pool of available investor and with the same reputation, because there's no signal, there's no private information. So the mere fact of rejection doesn't provide any further information about the hidden type of the VC. Or it can accept, and if it accepts, the flow cost is being paid and the VC is going to solve a stopping time problem. So what will happen in the stopping time problem? If the VC terminate the fund before the arrival of the success, that will be deemed as a failure outcome. And all the market participants in a Bayesian rational sense are going to revise their posterior belief downward. So the VC is going to be a free agent with a low reputation. And if the success happens, then it means that the VC has been a successful guy. It's been a higher skill VC. So the posterior belief, the reputation jump up to 1. So that's basically the timeline. So to kind of understand the equilibrium and to characterize the VC's strategy, we have to understand 3 objects. Okay, the first object is the value of the match between a reputation pi VC and a startup with type Q. The second object is the value of holding the reputation pi and being a free agent. It's kind of the reservation value. And the third object is the matching set. It's a 2-dimensional subset, and it consists of all pairs of Q, the type of the startup, pi, the reputation of the VC, on which the value of the match exceeds the reservation value. So, and you could see that likewise, in many other search contexts, we have to basically look at the fixed point of these endogenous loops. So on the forward link is kind of held by the stopping time problems that the VCs are solving with themselves, taking this W function as their exit or reservation value. And what is the stopping time problem? So there is going to be a Bellman equation on the matching region. What are the forces behind this Bellman equation? There is going to be a flow cost. There is going to be a successful outcome with this probability and the surplus that the VC can collect. And there is going to be a marginal loss due to the fall of the reputation before the arrival of the success, which brings in the first order derivative of V with respect to the reputation. So the backward link is kind of upheld by what is going on off the matching set. So basically the Bellman equation for the reservation value. And that is going to be the future surpluses that the VC can collect in a profitable manner by connecting to the A startups or the B startups. And the rate where we see meet these 2 types of businesses are proportional to the mass of these 2 startups, phi A and phi B. And these 2 indicator functions are related to the matching sets. Okay, so we are very much interested to understand the fixed point of this loop. And that is going to be the content of next theorem. The theorem says that for every pair of phi A and phi B, it's a primitive exogenous, there's going to be a stationary equilibrium with increasing value functions in pi. And this equilibrium is going to be unique for large discount rates. So there are 3 or 4 issues in this theorem that I want to raise in order. The first one is that as it's kind of most obvious part. So as you increase the discount rate, likewise any other Bellman situation, you would be able to apply some version of the Banach fixed point theorem and get the uniqueness. That's cool. But the second issue that I want to raise is that why we are focusing on the increasing value functions, because it's first of all a plausible way of equilibrium selections. We want the value functions to be increasing in reputation. And second, and more importantly, is that the increasingness of the value function would kind of guarantee the connectedness of the matching sets. What do I mean by that? Think about these 2 graphs. Okay, there appear to be 2 regimes in the equilibrium. Either we are going to be in the high cost regime or in the low cost regime. So, and the red bands are indicating the endogenous matching sets that are appearing in the equilibrium. So you see, both of them are connected. The connectedness and the fact that we do not have holes or disconnectedness in the union of these matching sets come from the increasing property of the value functions at the equilibrium. So what happens in the high cost regime is that none of the early stage businesses are being financed, whereas in the low cost regime, a fraction of highly reputable investors are willing to take the risk and invest in the A-type businesses. And in both regimes, we have investment in the B-type latest stage proposal businesses. So what determines whether we are in the high cost or low cost? That's going to be the cost benefit analysis that the VCs do about investment in the A businesses. Okay, so what is the benefit or the profit of investing in an early stage startup, lambda A minus C? And it's going to be weighed against the foregone opportunity cost of the option to wait for the next best proposal, which is probably going to be a B project, and that is going to be that opportunity cost term. So the first thing here is that as you reduce the cost of financing, the benefit term increases more than the opportunity cost term does. So this goes back to this pray and pray. As you reduce the cost of financing, the variety of the projects that are being financed is going to increase. So it's not just the intensive margin. Now we will have the A businesses that are being financed. The second thing is something that I would just quickly touch on. There is going to be 2 sections of the paper about that. So think about a hypothetical world where there is an spillover from the successful A-type startups into the pool of available B businesses, okay, later stage businesses. And also imagine that the investors are not able to appropriate all the gains that they create in that later stage period, okay? So that means that we are going to have an underinvestment in the early stage businesses. As a result of that, there will be an underinvestment in the later stage businesses. And then in this extreme, the mass of both available businesses are going to be 0. So we will have total breakdown in the market. So now I'm kind of argue that the same search friction that is usually deemed as a source of inefficiency could kind of save the market from the breakdown. What do I mean by that? So think about the search. So imagine that we increase the search friction. That will mathematically translate to lowering kappa. Lowering kappa lowers the opportunity cost and shift the incentives and make the incentives more aligned to investing in the A businesses, okay? So we will have more A businesses, we'll have more successful ones, and there will be more spillovers into the businesses in the second stage, in the later stage. So my point here is that we used to think about—
in this context, but
please.
You might want to note that the whole efficiency wage literature is based on the idea that if it takes a long time to find another job, you're less inclined to shirk on the existing job. In a frictional labor market, it's no punishment to get fired. So this is related, right?
Yep. I totally sympathize with that.
So I have just a clarification. You probably said that when you discussed your Bellman equation. Do project get terminated as reputation hit the lower barrier of the matching set, right?
Yeah, correct. So in the steady state, I'll discuss a little bit more about this steady state framework in like a few more slides. Yeah. So, but in this context, you could imagine that since we have long-lived VCs and there is not going to be an entry and exit about the VCs, the steady state, all the masses are going to be accumulated at the endpoints.
Okay.
So
and for all those discussion about that you had with just a second ago, we would need to be more careful about understanding which A projects. I mean, what's the size of the A projects, whether or not, I mean, how they enter in the economy, etc. To properly make those statements about
yeah, I mean,
whether
this
or not
kind of
search
goes
friction
back to
save the market. Okay.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to the Randy's point that we have to be careful about the entrepreneurs also being strategic agents, and that would make sense as long as they have bargaining power. Yeah, totally agree with that.
Faisal, can I ask a question about the characterization? So by assuming that value function is increasing, does that rule out the possibility of sorting? Because here
no, it doesn't rule out the possibility of sorting, and I'm not going to restricting the so first of all, you have to kind of define what you mean by sorting in this context.
I mean, why say maybe low reputation venture capitalist match with type A, then more reputation. That's what I mean.
Okay, yes. So you could see if you want to think about, so yeah, of course, if you look at this diagram, this figure, there is some non-assortativeness going on here. So in a sense, the range of the investors who are willing to invest in the more advanced, so actually the better startups is larger than the range of the investors who are willing to invest in the A startups, in the inferior type of the startups. So if it's kind of disassortative in this sense, but if you kind of want to think about what will happen at the steady state, and if all the types are uncovered by the market principles, then we have to see whether the high type VCs are connected to the best startups and the low type VCs are connected to the lowest startups, A type startups. And that kind of very much relates to whether to the extent that the market uncovers the types of the VCs, okay, and the ultimate amount of uncertainty that we have in the steady state. So let me kind of briefly state what do we mean by reputational externality. So there is a great literature, mostly empirical, that is talking about the individual benefits of reputation. Holding a higher reputation is going to be better because you're going to receive a higher deal flow and you become more central, all good. Okay, so Gomper's paper, Sorensen and Stewart, Xu, Nanda, Samila, and Sorensen. These are all papers that are kind of arguing that better, higher reputable, higher deal flow is going to be good for you. But as far as I know, there's not that much known about the aggregate view, okay? So what does a higher deal flow for a more reputable investor imply about the deal flow of a less reputable ones, okay? So to kind of formalize this, I'm gonna basically give you a mathematical extension of the baseline model. So let's shut down the heterogeneity on the project sides because it's going to be more about the VCs and how the VCs look like in the steady state. And think about the case that we have only one type of projects that are feeded into the economy. And now I'm going to make a twist into the matching technology function, okay, and the meeting function. It has been uniform, quadratically uniform so far. But now I'm gonna make this mechanical assumption that if you are more reputable, you're gonna receive more deal flow. And to kind of mathematically translate that, I'm gonna inflate the meeting rate by a function that I would call it the reputation weights, okay, psi of pi. And I will normalize it by the cross-sectional average of reputation weights across the population, which is mu. So mu is gonna be the expectation of the reputation weights under the steady state measures of the reputation. And to kind of have an economy which is non-degenerate at this steady state, I will let the investors to exogenously enter and leave the market at the rate delta, okay? So we no longer have long-lived VCs. That will kind of get us a non-degenerate steady state. So, and this is just like a technicality. It's just for regular assumptions that I'll have in the next theorem. This space of size, the psi functions, are kind of restricted to this collection, the collection of all twice continuously differentiable functions, increasing concave mapping the unit interval to itself, and it's kind of fixed at the two endpoints, okay? So to understand the fixed point, I'm going to argue that to understand equilibrium, first we have to see what will happen at the steady state, right? There are going to be different group of investors with different levels of the reputation. So think about P as the injection point where the newly born investors join the economy. We are going to have a discrete measures of unmatched investors here. And after some exponential times, they're going to be matched, they're going to be experiencing, they're going to be financing the project, and that will create a continuous density here. And up until this endogenous termination point alpha. And therefore, we're going to have a discrete measure of VCs here. Also, if at some point in between, there's going to be a success, the reputation of the VC immediately jumps up to 1, and that will create two groups of discrete masses at point 1, the matched ones and the unmatched one with the maximum reputation. So how should we think about the equilibrium? I will call an equilibrium a normal equilibrium if it satisfies the next three conditions. The first condition is about the self-fulfillingness of the belief. When a VC joins an economy, it stipulates a cross-sectional population average for the reputation scores, mu. That mu should be self-fulfilling. It has to match with what is actually going on in the economy. So also there is a lemma that they show that the steady state distribution pi infinity positively shifts in the sense of second order stochastic dominance when you increase mu or alpha. And since psi is an increasing concave function, it turns out this mapping M is going to be increasing with respect to both of the inputs. The second condition is that this termination point is not just an arbitrary point, it's an endogenous point. It's inversely related to the value of creating the maximum reputation. And that is going on in the mapping A. The last condition is that the value of creating the maximum reputation is related to the mu. The mapping W is now being introduced. So the fixed point is going to be basically expressed by this expression, okay? So,
sorry, I have a clarification. So psi here is exogenous, right? To this.
It's a mechanical. You can think
right.
of it's exogenous.
Okay.
Yeah,
so we can. So there is. I mean, just no. Okay. So there's probably a way to reinterpret it into a problem of choosing search intensity.
I agree. And physically, I would like to think about psi as about the power of the media. How do they bolt some VCs relative to the others? Advertising.
So you can probably solve, given a steady state equilibrium, for the implied search cost function that would map.
That is true.
That would make you want to. I mean, of course, the comparative statics is a bit should have the search cost function fixed, not psi. But that might be maybe a way to verify whether or not you're under what condition on search cost your regularity condition on psi are natural. You see,
so
that you might be able to reformulate your regularity.
So there's not an explicit search cost. The only search cost that we have is just like the time search cost. Okay, so it's,
no, I agree. But I'm just saying if psi of p denotes somehow the higher search intensity of a VC with reputation pi, there's probably a search cost function that for a cost function for search intensity that makes that stuff the optimal.
You want to see, you want to see what levels of search costs are associated with what type of psi functions. That's important.
What technical condition on search cost are implied by your technical condition on
the regularity. I should give more thought about that. I'll think about it. So that's equilibrium. We have to contrast equilibrium with what is maximally achieved in this economy. Essentially, the planner's optimum. The planner is going to maximize the surplus. The surplus are created by the active investors, discontinuous density, and the matched group with the maximum reputation, subject to this implicit condition. So the alpha that is forcefully exerted by the planner has to kind of satisfy this fixed point for the induced mu that will later on enter into the surplus problem. So the theorem is this. So always we are going to have an equilibrium that looks like this, that the steady state looks like this figure, okay? So that's the first part. that in that we use the monotonicity of the M function that I showed you. So in particular, I will show that a local reduction in the termination point alpha increases the social surplus. So think about this figure. So on the y-axis, we have social surplus. On the x-axis, we have termination point. And it turns out that always the equilibrium alpha is larger than what is socially optimal. Therefore, the agents are not exhibiting enough tolerance for failure. If they're slightly more patient, okay, the economy ends up with a higher surplus. And lastly, we're going to have a comparative static exercise. As you increase psi in a point-wise manner, but it's still within the realm of the family that I introduced, the value of creating the maximum reputation decreases and mu E increases, the termination point also increases. So the agents becomes less patient. And this is just like a very simple comparative statistics. You can apply the Topkis results and the supermodularity and get this. So the intuition behind this is that as you kind of flatten the curve of the psi function, the incentives of the investors to reach the maximum reputation actually decreases, okay? And therefore they become less patient towards the startups that they take on. So that's what goes on behind the intuition. So how much time do I have, Lucas?
Officially 1 more minute, but I mean, you can take 2 if you like.
Okay, I would love to have that 2 more minutes. So I'm going to show you something, which is, I'm not going to bore you with the proofs or anything at all. So I'm going to show you how we think about the general problem when we relax the a multiplicative assumption and the conclusivity of the meeting rate. So only we have monotonicity and the complementarity, and see how the ideas go. I think I'll be slightly a little bit vague in the next 2 slides, but that's okay. That's kind of intentional. But these are just like some abstract theorems that I think are very helpful to kind of deal with these sort of problems. So let's imagine that we no longer have 2 types of the startups. There's going to be drawn from a CDF arbitrarily. And the profile of the lambda function is upper bounded by some bold-faced lambda. These are the regularity and minimal regularity conditions that I impose. Think about the forward link in the endogenous loops that I showed you. That forward link takes the exit value function and returns the matching value function through the machinery of the stopping time. The backward link is what is happening off the matching sets, okay? And that is represented by how these matching value functions are translated backward into the reservation value. Therefore, we're going to end up with an operator fixed point equation, W equals AW. If this fixed point equation if this operator has a fixed point, which is monotonic in pi, okay, if we end up with a W that is increasing in pi, we're going to be good. All the matching sets are going to be connected, and all the stuffs that I showed you before are going to be extended to this more general case that we only have complementarity. So I'm going to only look at the space of L1 functions, okay, as the underlying space for W. I'm going to equip that with the partial order induced by this positive cone. There's going to be 3 lemmas. The first lemma says that A is a positive operator. The second one says that A is a monotone operator. And the third one is that whatever fixed point, if it exists, is going to be order bounded above by lambda over R. So using these 2 lemmas, we can restrict ourselves to this order interval, the sort of all positive L1 functions.
Farzad, thank you so much for going into more detail here, but
okay.
It would be good if you could wrap up and get to your conclusion.
Okay.
And then if the audience wants more detail, we'll ask you to get back to it in the discussion.
Definitely. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we can actually go to the next slide with the conclusion. So what is happening here is that we characterize the matching sets in a stationary economy in which the VCs match with the startups. And we have shown that there always exists increasing value functions in reputation. The shape of the matching sets actually kind of argued and proved for us that the higher tolerance for failure is something that is associated with higher levels of reputation. And we have seen that the higher search frictions could save the market from breakdown when there isn't a spillover from early to later stage businesses. And in the presence of reputational externality, we have seen the equilibrium outcomes that are associated with the early termination of startups, the size of high ability active investors, which their types are uncovered by the market, becomes inefficiently small. And then we had also a comparative static exercise, which showed that softening or flattening the reputational externality curve leads to lower tolerance for failure. And that brings me to an end. And thanks to all of you.
Thank you. We'll be talking more in the discussion. So, but now it's Christian's turn to give us his discussion, please.
Yes, great. Here we go. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. All right, let's get going. So yeah, it's nice to get the chance to discuss a job market paper. Thanks for inviting me. This is a paper, as you just seen, nicely described by Farzad. It's about a matching environment where we study how VCs match with projects, and it's a random search environment. And in the baseline model here, we have VCs that learn, or where everybody learns from VCs on the job performance, how good their hidden skill is. The projects themselves are of known quality. And in the baseline model, the way it's set up, we obtain the constrained efficient outcome. And then Farzad considers in sections 5 and 6 additional externalities effectively. One is he adds spillover effects between projects of different types. This is something he didn't focus on in his presentation. And then the second type of externality or specification that he introduces as an extension in section 6 is that these matching functions depend on the beliefs, agents' beliefs about the skill. Okay. All right, so that's sort of the overview. In terms of my comments, I'm going to first talk a little bit about how well the random search environment applies to the venture capital setting that is considered here. Then I'm talking a little bit about the positive implications, the predictions of the model, and then about the normative implications afterwards, and then I'll summarize. So let's start with how well the random search framework fits the VC context. There are two ways to see this. Number one is sort of how unique are the ingredients to this setting, or do they apply well also in other settings? I think you could use that framework similarly to talk about firms with unknown projects, quality matching with labor, or conversely, we have labor with unknown skill matching with firms of known quality. Remember, in the model, there's one side that has unknown quality, other side has quality, known quality, and we're learning about one side of the market and its quality.
Christian, that's a good comment. I was thinking about students applying to universities with unknown qualities of professors.
Right.
The direct application may be a little too close to home, but that should be a reasonable application of these tools.
Yeah, exactly. So I think in general, basically this machinery could be applied to several other settings, and oftentimes I think we get into this discussion of whether the other side has also unknown skill. So whether it's the students that also have unknown skill or the professors have unknown skill. You mentioned that in the conclusion that would be an extension, would make things obviously more complicated. But anyway, for now we're one-sided, and there might be other applications that fit even better than venture capital, possibly. Now let me talk about how well it fits to the VC in terms of the VC context. One might argue that, you know, in terms of VC activity, it's very concentrated in a few areas in the US, Silicon Valley, Massachusetts, and that there's maybe not that much search that's going on in geographic sense. There's certainly something that I would argue is that entrepreneurs are well aware of the reputable VC firms, in the sense that we know the big names, everybody knows them, every entrepreneur should know who are the reputable ones. And actually that doesn't actually contrast with the model. In the model, people know the reputation and the expected skills of every single VC in the economy. So there's symmetric information and perfect information about every VC that exists and all of the track record of that VC. So this sounds like a very much centralized access to information, yet somehow we cannot contact these VCs that we know and we've seen all their track record. So what I'm wondering is what search, how should I interpret search, or what is it really capturing? And we know that search can capture many things, but it seems like there is a tension here if we interpret it in the usual sense of literally trying to find each other, right? So it's the identities are known here, the track records are known, and still we somehow cannot meet and etc. So I think that's worth discussing, sort of what are we capturing here in this context with search. All right, then in terms of, let me now jump into the implications of the model. There, I would argue that several of the key implications that far as that highlights do really not require all the model ingredients. In fact, key model ingredients are not necessary. For example, let's start with the later stage startups attract a wider range of investors. You can get that simply if different stage startups require different amounts of skills across investors. You could just have two types of VCs with different skills. They're known, no learning, no search. Okay, so we don't need learning, we don't need search, and we get the same result that later stage startups attract a wider range of investors. You can easily cook that up. The next one is the cost reducing shocks enhance the variety of finance projects. The range of projects that are positive NPV always increases when costs decline. Okay, just write down any model with a range of payoffs and you lower the cost, you're going to get a larger range of projects financed. So we don't need search, we don't need learning, we don't need skills. Okay. Next point that's highlighted is VCs with better reputation have higher tolerance for failure. Again, simple skill differences or capital differences would suffice there. Again, we don't need learning, we don't need search. So put differently, I think it would be helpful to sort of focus on results that really leverage the presented model's ingredients, or alternatively, if you want to focus on those results that you're emphasizing, you might want to consider simplifying the model or highlighting at least what ingredients are really only needed to generate those results and what part of the machinery is not essential to generate those results. Okay, so that's regarding the positive implications, the predictions. Let me jump now into the normative implications. So the first one, section 5, is the spillover effects, and you didn't focus on this today, and probably because this you also note in the paper this is sort of a less novel effect that you have positive spillover effects from innovations, and so I'm very sympathetic to these spillover effects. I have some work on that, estimating them quantitatively, but I would say at a qualitative level, I'm not sure yet what we'll get out of section 5 where we introduce that. I think it's certainly plausible, and we all know that there are these positive spillover effects, but since your model and the analysis is mostly qualitative, just having a section that reiterates that there can be positive spillover effects is not generating as much. But maybe I overlooked something. But that's sort of my sense. Again, if you went quantitative, that's a whole different story. Then you want to have you want to have a complete picture of what are welfare implications. Then you certainly want to have multiple channels that are relevant in the model. But it seems like your focus is more on a qualitative analysis. And so in that sense, I'm not so sure about this one. Let me jump into the second one, which I think is definitely more novel. Is the reputation deal flow externality that you're talking about, where the argument is that deal flow, when it goes disproportionately to the better VCs in the sense of having currently better beliefs about their skill, that can lead to inefficiencies. That is surprising at first, right? Because generally we know from a whole class of models that allocating more capital to the highly skilled agents should be more efficient, right? You want to move capital where it's most productive, where the beliefs about the productivity are highest. Here, these guys are literally productive in generating output because they're increasing the propensity with which a startup succeeds. So it's literally, it's surprising you don't want to move capital or deal flow to productive agents, right? Disproportionately. By the way, this is generally quite related to Burke and Green's analysis of the mutual fund industry, where you also have learning about skill. There's no search in their environment, but there's fund managers. Here you have VC managers. There's a hidden skill that is not known to anyone. You learn from on-the-job performance. So there are lots of parallels, and in their world, it's definitely the case that you endogenously want to move the funds toward the more skilled managers. Once you learn somebody's better, that agent gets more capital. Having said that, in your model, there is no scale decision, right? So you have also only 0-1 decisions of whether have one project or zero. There's no scale decision, so that plays somewhat of a role, as I'll explain in just a second. Now the paper highlights why is this happening in the paper? The paper highlights this ex-ante incentive for exploration, that if you send all the deal flow to a few people, that you might have lower ex-ante incentives to get there. Now, at the same time, if you ever become one of the highly skilled guys that are identified as highly skilled, the prize is also bigger, right? You're going to be one of the few people that actually gets deal flow. So a priori, it wouldn't be clear what's going on here. So I think it would be helpful to clarify more what exactly is needed to create this directional inefficiency here, that you at the end of the day argue that allocating deal flow to more productive agents is always inefficient, right? That seems hard to believe, but you know, to identify exactly what it hinges on, what are the ingredients that lead to that result, I think is useful. And so I think certainly one thing that already came up is the exogenous specification of the deal flow here, right? So if you exogenously specify a function that maps the matching rate to a reputation, you basically never going to get it right? I mean, that's with probability 1, you're not going to find the right amount of direction, how much you want to tilt deal flow toward the more skilled guys. And then there's also, as I mentioned, the scale decision. So here you only have 0-1 project per VC. The limited scale gives you in the model, and from society's perspective, you want to have a broad base of VCs with high skill, because each VC can only scale up for one unit. If you're in a world with constant returns to scale, the situation is completely different. You just need one VC, you identified high skill, and then you can move all the capital to that one VC. Obviously, the world's in the middle somewhere, right? We have decreasing returns, but the scale economies are going to determine how much you want to have, how much you want to concentrate deal flow among a smaller set or larger set of the VC population, right? And so there's definitely a relationship between the scale economies and an optimal degree of allocating capital to only a few. Okay, and you can overdo it, you can underdo it.
If that's okay, I'd like you to wrap up as well. So
yes, absolutely. So this was really my last comment. Again, I think the paper exam is very interesting forces at play in venture capital. I think the model could be used potentially also for other settings, could be very useful in those settings as well. I would focus on sort of either the predictions of the model that leverage the whole model or simplify the model. And in terms of the normative implications, I highlighted that for the deal flow externality, I think the exogenous specification of the deal flow allocation and the scale economies, how they're set up, will play a big role in terms of to what extent we get over or under investment here, and too much concentration or too little concentration among a few VCs. All right, that's all.
Thank you so much, Christian.
Thank you.
Farzad, if you would like to comment, and after that, let's just all ask our questions at the same time.
That was awesome, Christian. All the points were very much targeted, and I agree with almost all of them. And I would love to have your slides if you can later on email me. That would be great. So I think kind of the most important thing that I kind of got from your comments was why we're not allocating the capital to the most efficient, most reputable VCs, and how does it kind of reconcile with the notion of the efficiencies that we have in mind. The point here is that we want to allocate the capital to the more efficient, more reputable VCs. But through this reputation function saw, there is more capital. There is more than what is socially optimal capital that is allocated to them. Okay, there are some other people, there are some other investors, there's a learning going on here, who could also be high ability VCs, but because of early few failures, their reputation has fallen so low that they are not receiving that capital, that deal flow, okay? So it is also efficient to kind of allocate. So there is kind of an uncertainty about that group who's been neglected. We kind of want to give them some more motivation, more capital to experience, because some of them are actually high ability, okay? They didn't just find enough chance. The reason that this inefficiency arises because that psi function that I mechanically put through is not further endogenized. If we had a search cost or a price that kind of rationalized the emergence of that psi function in a background stage, then you could argue that, of course, all of these inefficiencies would arise, okay, would disappear, okay? This externality would disappear. And in a better sense of word, if there would have been a price that equilibrated the demand and supply for capital, there would have been no need for this psi function, for the reputation function. So we would have become even closer to the efficiency and the lack of externality. But the point that I kind of want to emphasize was that we are kind of far from that. So Kleiner, Perkins, Sequoia, these kind of VCs are receiving much larger deal flow than some other VCs who both have the capital and expertise, but they just didn't receive enough good deal flow. So there's this recent paper, survey paper by Gompers, Strubalov, Gornall, and Steve Kaplan, I guess. They asked, it's a survey paper, they asked many VCs, what do you think is the most important factor behind the value creation? The subsample of the less successful VCs responded that for us, the deal flow is the most important one. And the more successful ones responded that deal flow is not that much important because they already have it, right? So they already have a good deal flow of startups, good connection, good centrality. But there were some other VCs who didn't have that, and they asserted that the deal flow is something that we're really looking for. So in a sense, in a mathematical point of sense, I kind of agree. If you further endogenize the choice of that psi function, then we are even closer to the efficiency. We are closer to the market setup. But I feel like this is a naive probably statement, but I feel like we are kind of far from that, at least in this sense. And there is one other thing before I just give the floor to the other questions. So you'll say that, okay, there's a lot of concentrations about the capital in Silicon Valley. So why should we care about the search? Okay, so everything is kind of available. I think it's kind of like a chicken and egg question. So I feel like the reason that we have this concentration is because of the search friction. Okay, so we know that we kind of have concentration of the capital or dispersion of the abilities in different part of the networks because of the search friction. It's not that the concentration reduces the search friction. So of course we have to kind of understand this two-way feedback in an equilibrium setup, but it's kind of at the same time, it's not fair to say that since there is a concentration, the search friction has totally disappeared. I kind of argue that it is the reverse. We have the concentration because of the search friction in the first place. But all the comments were kind of really well taken.
Yeah, let me just clarify. Yeah, thanks for the response. I agreed with you that just the point about things happening primarily in Silicon Valley is not the strongest point. That's what I also argued. To some extent, I would think more it's about the identity of the VCs is mostly known also in your paper. And I guess there is, however, search, I think, still for the startups, right? So that's sort of the interesting thing. There's sort of that's a directional issue that the reputable VCs are known and you can look them up and you can contact them, but there is some cost for them to evaluate you. And so you might not be identified as a good startup by the reputable VCs. And so I think that's certainly a friction.
Can I comment on that? I typed it up and put it in the chat thing because I wanted to give detail, but briefly, of course the entrepreneurs know where the VCs are and vice versa, but that critique applies equally well, say, to the labor applications. You think an unemployed worker really doesn't know where the firm is? Of course they know. But if you go there, they might not form a match because, it's not the right worker for the job or vice versa. And that's exactly what happens in the VC market. Maybe the area of expertise of that VC doesn't jive well with the project idea or vice versa. So search is an abstraction. It may not be perfect, but I don't think it's any worse in the VC market than it is in the labor market, the housing market, or the marriage market. It's just one way to capture the fact that it takes time to form partnerships.
It captures a whole bunch of frictions. I agree. There's a bit of a tension that we know perfectly the reputations, and you might wonder why you don't know also what they specialize in and what's a good match. But I agree. I don't think it's a major issue. I agree with you.
Well, you know, VCs go through dozens, if not hundreds, of entrepreneurial ideas before deciding which ones to fund. So
I think it's more
why did they go there
search.
if they weren't going to get funded? You know, there's a matching problem.
Yeah, it's a question of if it's a random matching, right? Or do you get more out of a sort of directed search type of environment?
That's a good question. And
right?
I think actually we are moving toward the directed search,
right,
because there are websites that are advertising the capitals, and the VCs and the entrepreneurs go through those websites and just post their demand. That Crunchbase, I guess,
you can write down that model, then it's not that difficult to do. I mean, you don't want to take the Walrasian version, surely. Right? Because
yeah, sure, there are information functions, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand this concern. I mean, as you relax more and more, and as you go more toward the Walrasian setup, all of these inefficiencies would disappear. But the point
that's not obvious at all. The limit theorems,
right.
the competitive equilibrium emerge to the limit of frictional models. Those theorems are, hard to state or prove. So that's not obvious. It could be a small amount of friction, has a big implication for the allocation and efficiency.
Yeah, relatedly, if you endogenize the matching as a function of reputation, I don't think necessarily it gets better. I'm just saying that it's certainly interesting to endogenize it. I don't think necessarily you get to the optimal allocation for that. That's not at all the case. There's certainly a way to set it up to get to the optimal.
It very much depends on how you endogenize.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the market structure and what, etc. Who's deciding on what and what is internalized? I mean, so it's. But I think it would be. I think it would be interesting going back to. I think it was related to what was mentioned earlier. If you could set up a cost that somehow, if you have more reputation, I don't know why your cost would change as a function of your reputation, but that would be sort of the mapping, right? That you would need a cost as a function of your reputation.
And that's what Pierre Olivier alluded to.
Yeah, usually you would think it's a function of your skill, but then obviously the cost would reveal your skill. So you have to, right? So
yes, it's not clear you need forever. So
yeah, it's not clear you need the cost function to depend on your reputation. I mean, I guess your incentive to search should depend on your reputation, and that might
that's fair. Yeah,
perhaps generate the right variation. Mm-hmm. I have a question for both Farzad and Christian. Christian highlighted that a bunch of the positive implications show up elsewhere or would show up naturally elsewhere. I wonder whether or not that comes from the fact, Farzad, that you emphasize a lot the cross-sectional implication, like in a cross-section of entrepreneurs that differ in terms of the reputation. Perhaps you have more regional, but again, that's subject to my lack of knowledge of the literature, implication if you focus on the dynamics, how the life cycle of a VC, how VC change their investment behavior over the life cycle, depending on, whether or not they had recent success, recent failure, etc. Stuff that would highlight the impact of the dynamic of reputation on investment. But, I might just speak about something that's elsewhere.
I think what you said was at the core of the model. I think what you said was at the core of the model. The reputation is earned by the VCs, and their track record, the lack or the stock of the reputation that they have attained so far will definitely impact their future decisions. And all of them are taken care of in those Bellman equations that I didn't.
And that might differ from a model where, I guess VC would differ in immutable skills. Of course, we can think of the dynamics of skills as well. Perhaps reputation is a natural
one. The background type of the skills are immutable. So it's like exogenously being set by whoever that central guy is. But it is the reputation that is being learned over the course of time. So the type is endowment. We can think of the type as an endowment of the VCs, but they're not just aware of it. So they need more action in the market to basically release signals about themselves. Christian, maybe that's.
No.
Can I ask something like it's a little bit more on the more technical side? It's just draw my curiosity. You mentioned you rule out value functions, equilibrium value functions that are decreasing in reputation. Can did you actually build those equilibria? How do they look like? Because you're saying that they are not reasonable. I mean, I don't understand how they look like and why exactly you don't think they could be reasonable.
Yeah. So the point here is, I actually didn't find a value function which is showing in the equilibrium and is decreasing. Okay. So the only example that it came up with is actually what happens in the equilibrium, and that is the increasing ones. But from an example point of view, it's not at all obvious that why should we have increasing value functions. So since your question was a little bit technical, I kind of want to give a technical answer to that. So think about the realm of the stopping time problems. You're solving a stopping time problem, you have an exit option, you have an outside option. More often than not, if your outside option is increasing with your underlying state variable, it turns out that the matching set, the value function over the continuation region will also be increasing. Okay, given that the exit option is increasing. But here, the point here is that the exit option is endogenous, is kind of intertwined with the continuation value function. Okay, so from this point of view, it's not kind of obvious that why both of these should be kind of increasing in your state variables. But if you would have started with an exit option, with a reservation value function that is increasing, then you could kind of argue that whatever ends up at the solution of the Bellman equation over the course of the matching set or over the continuation region should also be increasing.
So when you look for fixed points, you look in the space of increased value functions and then you find them there, but you cannot rule out.
Yeah, there is one way, one naive way. It's not very plausible to rule out other equilibria, is to just increase the discount rate. And you would be in the space of all continuous functions, and then you apply the, I don't know, Banach fixed point theorem. So you will get the uniqueness. But I know many people, I mean, it's not the best answer.
Sorry, can I follow up on that question? So, but if you think about, I'm a good guy who has a high reputation, I can follow anyone who has a low reputation. So if I just follow a strategy of a guy who has a low reputation, don't I always do better? So can I prove that the value function must be better? Because you highlight the choice obviously depends on pi, but I can always follow the strategy from a low reputation guy. If I can do better by just follow his strategy, my equilibrium payoff must be higher. That's my intuition. I think that's the standard intuition to some extent. It's a matching model with type pi, and I think pi is a higher type here. So I would actually guess the value function should be increasing in pi.
Yeah, let me think about this question. I kind of want to say that the answer is yes. Yeah, this mimicking the strategy of the less reputable ones will kind of guarantee the increasingness with respect to the reputation. But at the same time, I feel like that there are some.
Another question I have is
First,
actually, I think your
sorry,
model.
just because it's 12 o'clock and I would say like our official time has ended, I will now end the recording and the formal part of the workshop. Thank you so much for everyone who attended. Thank you so much if you've been watching this on YouTube up to here. But after I stop the recording, well, we can just keep talking.
Thanks.
Thank you.